Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2026 IPF World Sub Junior and Junior Classic and Equipped Powerlifting Championships. We're live from Sun City, South Africa for this beautiful championship presented by Elico and SBD. We've closed out on the equipped part of the championship. This is the first day of Classic. My name is Alexandre Naudin. I have the pleasure to be your host for this morning's session, and to my right is athlete handler, coach, referee from New Zealand, Brian Lynch.
Good morning. How are you doing, Alex?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm actually super excited for this very first session, starting off with the sub-junior men's from 53s to 66s. We have two groups, two flights. First of which is 53s and 59s. Second group is only 66s. And the very first group, we have squat openers ranging from 125 to 225 for the rising star of the USA, Mr. Justin Nguyen. We might be in for a good one with this guy.
Yep, definitely. And I've already heard some chat about him this morning. Everyone is pretty excited to see what our young American lifter can pull out of the bag this morning.
Just so you know, if you add up his openers, that's already 625.
That is crazy.
First lifter out is Luke Alexander Chunk from Singapore. He's opening at 125. A bit of suspense in terms of the remote. They're cold in the morning, but the first lift is a good one. Shall that be a great sign for the session that's to come?
Yeah, we're not expecting too many crazy things happening in the first round of squats, just getting a number on the board.
Next lifter out is Kuligin Chinbat from Mongolia, opening at 130 kilos.
The Mongolian team doing very well in the equipped portion of the championships earlier this week. We'll be interested to see if they can do the same in Classic.
Three white lights, a little bit of a scream. You would think that's difficult, but speed's good.
Yeah, it was looks could have been his third with that scream, but it was fast, so he's probably still got a few more kilos. Maybe that's just how he squats.
Now to Tim Finland and Vateri Lavikainen, 130 kilos. He's nominated last in the 59s, but he's opening above his registered personal best. Sub-juniors equals great progress.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got the benefit of youth on their side, and I'm going to try not be jealous.
Plenty of depth on that squat, maybe a little too much, but three white lights, he's on the board.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to find a nice balance between squatting deep enough that it's unquestionable by the refs and not squatting too deep that you're exerting more energy than you need to.
Exactly, you don't get bonus points for going deeper, so you might as well save some gas.
No, exactly. You can't get 4 white lights.
Next up, Shubham Rana, India, opening with 140 kilos. Dropped down his opener by a little, just a 5 less to be confident.
Of course, lifters can choose to change their openers to up to 3 minutes out from the start of the flight, just depending on how their warm-ups are going. Keeping in mind that all of these young men have travelled quite some way to be here today.
And it's 9 in the morning local time.
It's 9 in the morning and it's cold as well.
Cold in Sun City. How interesting. But three white lights for Team India. And don't worry, it's gonna get hot as the day goes on, both in and out the platform.
Yeah, absolutely.
A back-to-back for Team India. This one is 147.5 for Arnab Ali. Nice and easy opener, very snappy out of the hole.
2-1.
But that
Replay
first
for the bar.
red light, Rayar, what could that be for?
Well, if you look at the red light, there is a little red circle underneath it, which indicates for squat that this was about depth. Depth, of course, being your hip crease being below the top surface of your knee. He got it from the left side referee, which is where we're sitting, but it's not what you saw on the live stream. Of course, if there's any discrepancies in the refereeing, so if there, oh, and the jury has overruled it to no lift for depth.
So a unanimous decision inside the jury to overturn the lift to a no lift, as Ahmed Al Fadli from Team USA comes out for his opener at 150. Nice and solid. We're still seeing the jury overall on the screen.
Yeah, that might be a little bit alarming if the lifter who's out now didn't realise that that was for the lifter previous.
Referees, can we get
They
the
just need
stage?
to hit the reset button, and we're gonna be seeing now the decision for Ahmed
3
Al
white lights
Fadli.
on
It is
green.
3 white
155 on the
lights.
bar for Keigo Matsuda
I
of
think
Japan.
everyone's just
The
warming
bar
up
is
into the
loaded.
classic event, so we're ironing out all the technical things.
Already setting up is Keigo Matsuda from Japan, 155. We're halfway done with the openers. Very narrow squat stance.
Very narrow and also very high
3
bar.
white lights on green. 170 on the bar for Team
3 white
Japan.
lights is a good lift for our Japanese lifter.
The bar is loaded.
Next up, representing Chinese Taipei's Lin Chengxi, 170, when his personal best is 172.5. Interesting opener.
Yeah, absolutely. But as you said earlier, these are sub-juniors. They do have youth on their side in terms of making gains. 170 though, we would hope that he would well surpass his personal best later today. Is that a Chinese Taipei SBD singlet, Alex?
It is. Not the fastest we've seen so far, that's for sure. But from before, it looked pretty good. We're missing the left inside ref that's fighting with the remote as we speak. It
Yeah,
happens. Remote needs to warm up.
the remote needs to warm up. I think she might have to put her paddle up.
3 white
3 white
lights on
lights it
green.
is.
175 on the bar for Ito Tsuneishi of Japan.
4 more openers to go.
The bar is loaded.
Next one is Ito Tsuneshi from Japan, 175. Taking his sweet time to set up. As per the rulebook, you have 1 minute to receive the squat command once the chief referee announces that the bar is loaded.
Yeah, and some people do like to make the most of that minute. It is a little bit nerve-wracking though when the timer starts ticking down and they haven't quite got the squat command. He still has about 15 seconds left on the clock.
Three white lights, a good lift, but not the most optimized bracing because you can see him trying to brace, fix his position, but then he like suddenly breaks his hips and he changes completely his alignments. Maybe a case of
The
first squat
bar is
nerves?
loaded.
Possibly, and I mean that is completely fair enough. First squats on an international podium for a lot of our young lifters. This might be their first international as well.
180 for Masato Gento from the USA. Just like his teammate at Fadli, it looks nice and easy.
Once again,
Three
having
white
issues
lights
from that left
remaining.
side referee, but it is 3 white lights for the young American lifter.
Followed by green and count.
Once again, it's nothing personal with the left side referee, it's just that the remote is a little jet lagged.
Yeah, and she is sitting furthest away from the lights, so we can't argue too much.
Now onto the penultimate opener, Tuko Meskini from Finland,
The bar is loaded.
210.
This is our first opener above the 200 kilogram mark this morning, Alex.
Super quick. A little shaky, but a whole lot of
If you
speed
want to
at 2
improve
to
your
1.
accuracy
A
inside the
good lift,
bar,
one red coming from the right hand
lift
side, so that would be
at
the
max
replay angle. That's
But
always a little worrying.
it is.
with a new world
I can
sub-junior
kind of
world
understand. I would say
record
it's
of
perfectly on the fence. It could go either way. But usually, when in doubt, it should benefit the lifter, right?
Absolutely, of course.
So is there a doubt? Because they are still discussing it at the jury table, and it seems like they've moved on. So we're gonna do just about the same and focus on the final opener. You can see it clicking on your screen. It
The
is a
bar is
world
loaded.
sub-junior record attempt already for Justin Nguyen of the USA, 225. He
Op-
means business today. He opens on the record. He needs a hot start if he wants to live up to the hype.
Absolutely, but he could even take the record on a second and he'd be living up to the hype. Opening on the record.
I don't think he cares about sub-junior records, to be honest. I've seen the Instagram posts. And that's a solid start for Justin Nguyen. All
Three
lights
white
turn
lights
in
remaining.
white. It's a good lift and already a new world record.
With Alexander Song in Singapore, followed by Ladimana in Africa.
So the open world record is 240.5. Where is he in terms of game plan facing that record? Do you
The
think he's
bar is
jumped straight
loaded.
to it? Uh, Seems a little risky.
It does seem a little risky, but a 15 kilo jump when we're talking about these weights isn't out of the question.
No, it's not. We'll see. Only one lifter missing on the board. It is Arnab Ali from India for a lack of depth. We're starting off the second round with Chong from Singapore, 132.5. Slowed down
Three white lights
significantly, but to
remaining.
be expected for a second, 3 white lights.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see what Team Singapore loads for his third there. It was very slow. He didn't break form or anything though, so maybe he is just a very controlled, slow
The bar
squatter.
is
Yeah,
loaded.
personal best of 140. I don't think I'll be comfortable loading it though.
Yeah, maybe not today, but I think these young lifters need to remember that there's so many other variables to think about.
Yeah,
that
that's
then,
quite the travel from
Mm.
Singapore.
Yeah, exactly. It's half the world away.
Now into Valtteri Lavikainen. He's jumping 7.5. That's 137.5 for his second attempt. Once again, very deep, maybe a little too deep. He ships forward as he tries to get out of the hole.
140 on the bottom for
Yeah, the
30,
spotters did have to
5
catch him
Victoria,
there.
followed by Lee.
As you said, Alex, I think he just went a little bit too deep, which is, it's great that there's no question in his squat depth, but it does mean that he is running out of gas
The
pretty
bar is
quickly.
loaded.
He weighed in at 58.95. Seems very optimized. Maybe that's like an issue with the cut, weight cut, water protocol. Who knows?
Absolutely.
Now to Chinbak, Mongolia, jumping 10 to 140 kilos. Yeah, very segmented technique. I don't think he meant to do that with his knees.
147.5 on the
No,
bottom
it was
for
looking almost like an equipped squat there. He was taking the way down very slowly in chunks and then just lost it at the bottom there.
Yeah, but he stayed super vertical and only his knees went forward. And he needed to regain hip positioning. It kicked him back, folded, and couldn't stay with the bar, which is no good.
Loaded.
No, you do have to stay with the bar if you are failing a lift. It is one of the rules. However, in dire circumstances like that, perhaps it is a little bit too much to ask for. However, evidence of our wonderful spotting and loading team, they have caught some heavy weights here this week, and it's just going to get heavier.
Yeah, 400 squat just yesterday. Now into a retake of 147.5 for Ali. How is it in terms of depth this time? 3 weights.
Fabulous. I did think it looked better, so maybe he just cut depth on his first one. Nerves, possibly.
And I mean, if you want to attempt something, it might be on the first, because if a squat passes once, it shall pass twice. You need to feel where these standards are on the day. Next up is Shuba Marana, 150 jump of 10.
So that is all our sub-junior 53s and 59s on the board with a squat, which is great. It opens up the game and they can kind of relax into pushing their numbers out now.
Not convinced from afar. How about from closer up? Yep, double reds. I think we saw that.
Yeah, unfortunately, and red from the centre as well means it was probably pretty egregious because calling, yeah, unfortunately that replay is quite clear, and I don't think he locked his knees at the top of that either. Oh, sorry, I have my referee hat on here at the moment, Alex.
Walking up to the platform is Ahmed Al Fatli, USA, 160 jumping 10. Comfortable second for the favorite, at least on the forecast in the weight class.
Just waiting for that left light again. 3 whites, it is a good lift.
Followed by Lee and 15.
On prognosis, he's neck and neck with Miskini, who might have the advantage of a chip on a world record.
The bar is loaded.
But it's gonna come down to who's the strongest on the day, who hits and who misses. Now to Matsuda, Japan. Jump of 15 kilos.
Yeah, it'll be down to the coaching teams and the numbers that they put in for these lifters if there are going to be battles for podium position.
Same exact squat as his first.
Yeah, incredibly upright, narrow stance, high bar, no change in position. That bar path is probably a vertical line.
Yeah, my man's a piston, just down and up.
The bar is loaded.
The bar is loaded for Lin and Chinese Taipei 177.5. A surprise miss from Lin.
That is more
Almost stays stuck at the bottom.
185
Yeah, he
kilograms.
just
So 22
paused it a
boys.
little bit too long, couldn't get out of the hole, and of course you don't need to pause squats on the platform.
The bar is loaded.
Running up to the bar is Ito Tsuneshi from Japan, jumping 10. That makes it 185, his second attempt.
Yeah, doing little skips, maybe to keep warm, maybe he's just happy to be here, and that's what we want to see with these young lifters.
Well, maybe he knows that he takes quite a long time to set up, just like his first attempt. So he needs each and every second to prepare for the lift.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's not looking good.
No, he is hobbling off the platform, and that left side referee is battling with her remote still.
Hopefully that's just a cramp, but he's limping off the
And to
platform.
get the
It
one good
does
lift,
receive
180
one red,
on the
so
bar.
2 to 1, a good lift.
USA followed by
But I
Sweden.
don't like what I saw for
The
him.
bar is loaded.
No, and it was quite a slow lift, so I'm wondering if there was something uncomfortable in that movement for him.
Now Masato Gentle coming out a little more amped up than his opener. It's 187.5 this time.
Yeah, we would expect to see increasing intensity as the lifts progress. You don't want to come out all guns blazing on your first squat and run out of energy partway through the day.
Two to
And to get the
one,
one
a
good
good lift.
lift,
One blue coming from our
320
chief
right
ref.
now on
That
the
could be
bar.
for
And
two
the
things. What did you
second
pick up
equipment
here?
for a new global
I
championship squat record.
suppose it could have been for downward motion. I think his knees were perfectly locked out at the end, which is the other thing that a blue light can be for. But I think the lift looks quite good. It was slow though, so I'm not sure how many more kilos he has left in the tank for his third.
Next lifter out for a world record attempt is Tsuko Meskini from Finland. He's trying to break the world record of the Australian Luke Talley to 20.5 established in
The bar is
Malta in
loaded.
24.
New World Sub-Junior Sport Record attempt in the disability area is 221. Come on.
Is that, oh, a little step backwards. That's gonna be a no lift. Strength was there. I think it's a balance issue for Meschini. He'll get another go at it in the third round. But breaking a world record is no small feat. You need to be on point.
Powerlifting
No,
is
absolutely. And as you said, I
USA.
don't think strength's the issue. He just stepped back at the top there. And of course, your feet can't move until you are given the rack command from the center referee. And he wasn't quite there.
And the first group of this World Championship, at least the classic part of it, is a treat. We have back-to-back world record attempts. This one is for a world sub-junior squat record, and it also breaks the junior squat record. He already has the sub-junior, so he's breaking his. The junior belongs to a Michael Slabic of the USA, 230 kilos, established this year at the World Championship in Druskininkai, Lithuania. But he's not looking to chip it because the record is 230. This is 239. Just
And the
pacing
bar is
towards
loaded.
something.
There's not only the sub-junior load, but the junior
Keeping in
load.
mind, this is only his second lift of
239.
the entire day.
How long, Justin?
This is the kind of lift for which you hold your breath and you just say, seated in silence, you witness greatness. Justin Nguyen, 239. And surprisingly, it's not there on the day. An
That is a
aggressive
400
jump, not
loaded.
paying off from
Round
225
3,
to
137.5
239.
yards. This session
Justin
starts in
Nguyen
Singapore.
stalls.
Powerlifting.
Yeah, I am not sure what happened there, but the brakes came on halfway up. Alex, does he have this for his third?
I don't know. It might be a mental thing. Now, can he regain? Because on paper, he does have the strength. We've seen the training, but was he heavy in training? Is he impacted by the travel? Does missing a squat
The
plays
bar
with
is
his head?
loaded.
Who knows? Like we said earlier, so many variables.
And living up to the hype is difficult. You put pressure on yourself. We'll see. But of course, they've put in 239 again. This is what he's going to be going for in the third round. Round that's starting with Luke Alexander Chong, Singapore, 137.5. So not going for his personal best of 140, adapting on the day as he should.
Yeah, and I think you did say that after his second attempt, flying from
140
Singapore.
loaded. 137.5 squat.
Unfortunately,
The
not
bar
quite
is
there with his
flexible up to
137.5 no lift, but
139.
he got 2 squats on the board at the World Champs.
Yeah, keep in mind, yes, this is the World
The bar
Championship,
is loaded.
but these are sub-juniors. This is their first or maybe second experience on that kind of stage. Gotta cut some slack to these guys.
Oh, absolutely.
Now a retake from the second round at 137.5 is Valtteri Lavikainen. We were questioning what was happening with his bracing tension at the bottom. Has he recomped a little more? Can he change a little something to score a second squat? Nah, it seems like he can only go down. Cannot stop at the bottom.
No, I think he could have stopped an inch or two higher and would have saved a little bit of gas there, but
That is
it's all right.
approximately 800.
Like we said, he's got a squad
141.
on the board at the World
137.5
Championships.
loaded.
These are all
The round
teenagers,
3.
Alex.
And his first squat was a personal best in competition. So maybe a bit disappointing compared to his
The
training, but
bar
already
is
a personal
loaded.
best.
Absolutely can't ask for much more than that.
Pretty much the same scenario. We have Chinbat retaking his second attempt, 140 kilos. Better in terms of knee flexion and control, but from afar depth looks questionable.
That is
3 reds,
approximately
Brian.
no lift.
Unfortunately,
145.
yes, no lift there for our Mongolian lifter. He did stand up with it, which I think is more of a victory than what happened in his second, but the depth was just not there for all three referees, so it can't even be questioned, taken to the jury.
The bar is
Another
loaded.
lifter who missed his second attempt, Subhan Marana from India. So of course, retaking the weight 150. Just needed a little more depth, a few centimeters more. From afar it looks better, but he tips forward, keeps fighting the bar. Tough one to judge.
Kept in anticipation from the left-hand side once again.
That is insane for the lifter. Waiting a good 20 seconds before getting the ruling of your third squat. Come on, show us the flags. We're going to be having all three
And
reds
the
for
Asian
depth.
guys, unfortunately, no delay.
Heartbreaking.
Unfortunate, not the
162.5
good type of
Pounds clear. The
anticipation,
bar is loaded.
unfortunately.
Al-Fatih and Matsuda take all 5 attempts to change openers for the 66.
India stays on the platform. It's Anab Ali, 162.5 in the 59th. He'll be fifth in the squat events of the weight class.
He did take a very large jump from his second to his third, considering he did miss that first on depth, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here.
He
And
misses
the
on depth.
58 mandate,
I mean, he had to
169 pounds
retake his
silver.
first
And
squat,
Al-Fatih
and
on
then I think he
dual
jumped
weight
straight to
for
over
Matsuda and
what would have
Matthew.
been his second. Try and find the sweet spot in between second and third. It does move well, but it's slightly above depth. And keep in mind, three reds is not an intensity level of how egregious it is. It's just that you can see that it's not depth from all three angles. Now into Ahmed Al Fatli USA, 167.5.
Bar is loaded.
Alex, just looking at this scoreboard here, our third squats are not having a very high success rate.
I would agree, this is not a clean scoreboard, but even if he does not succeed, he's guaranteed bronze in the squad events of the 53s.
It's not a bad position to be in at this early stage of the day.
Wow. Nice grinder for Al Fatli, and when
Major
Meskini
riding down
misses,
for this
he
event.
hits, and that's why he's the favorite.
177.5 on the bar, so Team USA
He
will
is,
have
and
to
he is our
follow that
first third
after
squat on the
3
board, and I
attempts to
think
change
Team
openers
USA
for the 60.
really nailed
3
that
attempts to change openers.
attempt selection there.
The bar is
Ball already
loaded.
loaded for Keigo Matsuda, Japan, 177.5. Guaranteed silver in the weight class. The piston in action one more time, but this one does not go through.
Um,
Just runs out of gas midway up.
Unfortunately, yeah, the piston did come to a stop there, but his squat technique for all three squats,
7.9
identical.
mandate.
And with sub-junior lifters, that's not always something you
The bar
see
is
because they don't
loaded.
quite have the
Just switching
experience
position
to
to follow.
maintain the consistency.
Very true. Now into Lin Chinese Taipei, 177.5. Let's try and make it count. In the quest for a podium by the end of the day, this is a very important attempt for Lin. He's forecasted fourth to Tsunishu at the moment, but
And
not
ladies and
doable,
gentlemen, the
unfortunately.
winner's 190 on the bar for the
Yeah,
first time.
again, the same thing happened as what did on his second.
Last
It was
attempt
only a
machine
7.5
open.
kilo jump
Last
up from
attempt
his
machine.
first. I am wondering what happened there, what variables are coming into play for our Chinese Taipei lifter.
The bar is loaded.
Bar loaded for Gentle, USA 190. Guaranteed squat podium, but provisional silver is to be surpassed by Tsuneshi if he can secure his next attempt. A medal that could be decided on body weight.
Just gave our spotters a, hey, can you put your foot on the rack because he is going to rock forward with it. That increasing intensity again as we go through the lifts.
And
All smiles as he locks it out, but yeah, it was
two.
on the fence, almost dipped. 3 white lights.
And
Whew.
Mr.
Yeah, I
Benjamin
think Team America is not leaving a single kilo on the platform in the squat event, with both of their lifters being the only ones so far to make their third attempts.
But lifters do benefit from experienced team, that's for sure. 3
The
more
bar
attempts to
is
go
loaded.
for the sub-juniors 53 and 59s. Next one out is Tsuneshi from Japan. As of right now in squat bronze, but squat silver within reach.
Yeah, it would just be squat silver on 50 grams of body weight, which is not much.
Walking out
Ladies and
front,
gentlemen, no
that's a
mistake.
no-no.
2 failed attempts now.
Whoa.
Plus
Number
all 3
2
reds for depth.
and number
And that's the
221 on
same
the
issue
bar
as his
for the
opener,
first
breaking
time
his hips
of Finland.
too abruptly, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. So the walking out the front of the rack uh, rule has only just come in officially. Unfortunately, quite a few of our young lifters walk out of the front of the rack in training, and it makes it difficult to adjust on the day. I always tell our New Zealand athletes that they need to train as they compete to comp standards, because it'll be there on meet day is not a good motto to live by.
The
Next
bar
up,
is loaded.
time for revenge for Turko Meskini, Finland. He's retaking 221 at the strength, but lost balance trying to lock out 221. Come on, you don't get many shots at a world record. Need to lock that one in. And collapses at the bottom. That's gonna be no lift. He
Ladies and
stays on
gentlemen, there
210.
is no lift.
Collects squat gold,
Congratulations,
but
Mr.
we have Al
Benjamin.
Fatli
This time
pulling
you
away, at
finished
least
in
on
the world record
forecasted total.
squat 239 once again for
Had he
Gentle
scored this
Yellow
one, he would have
USA.
been much closer. Now closing the gap with both bench and deadlift is gonna be difficult.
Yeah, that is not how Team Finland had expected this day to pan out, but it does mean they are going to need to be onto it. With bench and deadlift, we still only have 2 third squats on the board, but the firm favourite, Nguyen from the USA, is
Y-
coming out again.
Yeah, a headache for Team USA having Justin Nguyen missing to 39, so of course he's retaking it. Just seemed to run out of steam midway up in the second round. Very surprisingly, I would say. So 239 for a second time for a world record, both a sub-junior and junior squat record. We're
And the
gonna
bar
see
is
the
lowered.
same
259
scenario as Miskini.
kilos for Justin of
Is he gonna
USA.
miss
The
twice, or
new
can he
junior
regain
mixed
it
and
and
junior
show
world squat
why he's
record.
considered to be a star? Make or break moments for Justin Nguyen. Not so needed for the title, but very much needed for the total he wants. Come on up. 3 white lights. He does it. He secures the world record. Hits a little Sally. Love that.
Meters, 1, 2, 3, for Austin Katrina of Canada.
Wow. That was, yep, that should have been the third. So that is it for this first group. Squad podium in the 53s, Al-Fatli with 167.5 in bronze, with 170 Matsuda in Japan collecting silver,
The
and
bar
only
is loaded.
securing one squad, Miskini gets gold. In the 59s, bronze Tunishi Japan, silver Gentle USA, and with a new world record, Nguyen gets gold.
Absolutely, and as I said before, Team USA the only ones putting thirds on the board in the 53s and 59s, but moving into the 66s. I'm hoping to see a little more green on the scoreboard, Alex.
Hopefully, but these lifters are, yes, heavier, but they have the same level of experience. We'll see how that turns out. First one out is Austin Le Cheminot from Canada, 150.
It was a very smooth looking opener in 3 white
The
lights.
white light for grouping. 155 now for Luis Boris Andreola of Spain, followed by Uxia of Romania.
Now to Enric
The
Orus
bar is
Andreu
loaded.
from España, 155.
Is this our first Spanish lifter of the championships, Alex? I don't think I saw many of them in equipped.
And they're not bringing a huge team this year. 3 white lights, but yeah, not a
Three white
huge team
lights
from
grouping.
Team Spain
170
this
bar for
year.
Renato Uchida of
Might be a question of
Mexico
budget, but
and
they brought a huge team last year in Costa Rica.
Yes, they did. I mean, Costa Rica was a fantastic opportunity to see a range of countries that don't normally have the biggest teams at a world champs, like a lot of the South American
the
countries, a
bar
lot of the
is
Central
loaded.
American countries. It was quite cool.
Very cool. Now Minato Uchida, Japan, 170. An easier group to follow. These are all 66s.
Yeah, our biggest flight so far, our biggest class so far. In equipped, the classes were quite small, but this is our first almost full flight. There's 13 gentlemen in it.
Just what you would
Three white light
expect
for
out of an
grouping.
opener. Very
171 bar
fast,
for
tidy
Patricio
technique,
Herrera
all
of
good.
Finland, followed by Svensson and Rodriguez. The bar
And
is
same
loaded.
weight for Renanen from Finland.
Three
Back-to-back
white light for
comfortable
grouping.
openers. 3 white
150
lights.
bar for Patricia Svensson of Great Britain, followed by Rodriguez of Scotland.
The first round also to try and gauge who's where on the day and appreciate 3 lifts set up. We want to see the routines of these athletes and if they change with attempts going up. Now to Dakota Besant, Great Britain, 180. Drop down his opener by 2.5. Not a huge difference, but maybe just a feel good 2.5.
Yeah, it might be a confidence thing there. What would you be looking for in the warm-up room as a coach, Alex, if you were going to change openers?
To be honest, not much, except what my lifter is saying and depth.
Yeah, okay.
Plenty of depth, good speed, and 3 white lights.
White lights,
Because I think
please.
warm ups
185
don't
miles per hour.
necessarily need to feel good.
The steady
Warm
distance
ups
is
are made to warm up. You need to feel good by the quote unquote top set
Reverse
or the attempts
release.
on the platform. So if you're not feeling your best while warming up, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna have a bad squat session on the platform. So just be up to standards and tell me how you're feeling and we'll adjust. Now Team Costa Rica, Rodriguez Conejo, 185. Makes
The
great
white
use of
lights,
his wide
please.
stance at 3 white
185 miles.
lights.
Start
Yeah,
when ready.
sometimes lifters who have a wide stance, it can be hard to judge depth or it can look higher than it actually is. But I think he made a really good effort at making that super convincing for both of the side referees and the centre referee.
185 stays on the bar for Jake Scott, Great Britain. Another nice and easy opener. Wide stance again, but with heels, which is a pretty singular style of squatting.
The
Heels
white
and
lights,
wide stance, we
please.
don't really see that.
As heels are to a narrow stance, so but I mean if it works with your leverages, it works with your leverages, and he got 3 white lights, so we cannot question that really.
Absolutely, just combining metas and they work. Known to Isaac Conquesto from Australia.
A very controlled opener there from Conquest Hope, and it's 3 white
The
lights.
white
He's
lights,
on the
please.
board with that.
175 per hour. From Mathematician Aranguipo, followed by Silvera and Santos.
5 more openers
The
to go.
bar
This one is
ready.
for Ingi Ragnarsson from Iceland, 197.5. Three white lights, a good lift. Team Iceland is on the board. So far, so good. An all green first round. We have 4 more to go, and they're all in the 200s. Started off with Futera Dimitrov from Ukraine. Then we have Michaels, Olas, and Mohammad to close out the first round.
Yeah, and these are looking very good here in the 66s. I think we will have some really exciting lifts the rest of the day as well. Team Ukraine had a quite strong equipped team, hoping they do the same here for the classic side of lifting.
Yeah, Norway, Ukraine, USA leading the charge on the equipped side of the championship. Total off to a hot start, and the classic with 3 white lights.
Meister Budrich in den andra varv håller på att slå sig in 4, followed by Olas and Abdelhamad. The bar is
Jaden
loaded.
Michaels, Australia, 210. We have two Aussies fighting for the podium in the 66s, Conquest Hope and Michaels. One of the best openers we've seen so far, 3 white lights for the Aussie.
Powers of Hungary, followed by Muhammad.
Yeah, super smooth, super fast there.
The bar is loaded.
Bar is loaded for Szabolcs Olas from Hungary, 215, already coming out very aroused, very amped up for his opener.
Yeah, we did mention this earlier that the intensity should go up per lift, so I'm wondering where Olas will go with his intensity if this is his first lift of the day.
How is it looking? All
A
3 whites,
Meister
a good
Budrich
lift for
is
Team
running to
Hungary.
the bar, alongside Wood, Muhammad of Singapore, followed by Joseph Knight and Shahid Hamidi.
And the final opener
The
for
bar is
Abdul Malik
loaded.
Mohammad, Singapore, opening at 220 kilos. Very deep first squat.
3 white lights of Budrich.
Okay, 3 white lights, he's on the board,
160 on the bar.
but he might want to
Joseph
optimize that
Knight
comes the second
on the
round.
bar, followed by Orus and
But we've
Hamadi.
seen that in the past. Some first squat are harder than their second.
Yep, but all of our 66s are on the board with an opening squat, which is a great confidence boost for all of them.
And
The
we're going
bar
to
is
see a
loaded.
variety of jump. 10s seems to be the most popular one, but we're going to be seeing 12s and even 15s. And we're starting with a 10 from 150 to 160 for Austin Le Cheminot, Canada.
He is utilising the full minute, setting up, getting himself grounded on the platform.
Great use of the knee cave. 3 white lights, a new
Meister
personal
Budrich,
best of 5 for Le
165
Cheminot.
pounds, meet Urus Andre of Spain, followed by Uchida and Renani. The bar is loaded.
Now to Team España with Horus Andreu. 162.5, only jumping 7.5. It makes sense considering that this is his nominated personal best.
Yeah, you don't want to bite off more than you can chew early on in the competition. I mean, an equal PB on the world platform is probably a really nice and seemingly achievable goal for the young Spaniard.
Yeah, that's good speed. I would not be surprised if they go with that same exact jump and try to round it up to 170 for Horus Andreu. Still waiting on the lights to confirm if it was
Flags.
A good lift or not? Yes, it was.
Two white
3
lights,
white
good lift.
lights.
180 and above for
How much of a
California,
momentum game do you think
174 and
powerlifting
190
is?
session.
Quite a big one, I would say. Because if you're not there,
The
it's not
bar is
the bar's not
loaded.
going to move, or it's going to move in the wrong direction.
Minato Uchida, Japan, 180, jumping 10. Perfect second attempt.
Three white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, very
184
tidy,
and
very smooth
190 for
there.
the
But
Hernan option for
probably
Barbecing
won't
Orthopedics.
repeat the same jump. I don't think another 10
The bar
is in the
is
cards.
loaded.
No, maybe a 7.5 or a 5.
Depends if you really want to send it or not. Now, someone taking a 12, Tim Finland and Ronanen. That's 182.5 for Tirski.
Oh, and it is a grind from our Finnish lifter, 12.5.
Three
He
white
did get
lights,
3
a
white
good
lights
lift.
though. Where would you
182.5 and
go
above
from
for
there?
Budapest
I
Orthopedics
mean,
for Rodriguez and Santos.
A 5?
usually you say that taking a 2.5 isn't worth it, but I'd rather gain 2.5 than lose
The
5
bar
and
is
gas out.
loaded.
Absolutely. There's nothing wrong with a 2.5 kilo jump.
So I think it's the sensible move here.
Absolutely, yep.
Now to Dakota Besant, Great Britain, 192.5. Looking pretty good,
Three
3
white
white
lights, a
lights,
good
but I'm
lift.
not really surprised. I think
185
he's
for
the
Sebastian
kind
Rodriguez
that
and
retakes
Costa
big jumps
for
because
Santos
he's
Cotas.
forecasted 8th when he's nominated 10th. So I think there's something going on here.
The
They're
bar is
playing games,
loaded.
strategies. Team GB has something in the back pocket.
Yeah, something cooking there for Team GB. I mean, when you're nominated that far down the totals,
Did I
what
say
have you got
10th?
to
No, I
lose?
mean 5th. I'm sorry, 5th.
5th?
So that's
Ooh.
why the nominated 8th, nominated 5th when you're forecasted 8th, and I'm looking at his openers, they're quite below where he is on nominations. Either he's a little injured or they taking big jumps. And he's looking good, so I'm going for option 2.
Option 2, okay.
Now Rodriguez Conejo, Costa Rica 195, jump of 10.
Again with that really wide squat stance.
But once
Three
again, no
white lights, a
issues
good
with
lift.
depth. 3
195
white
above for
lights.
Albert Santos from Australia for Scott and Ragnarsson. The bar is loaded.
195 stays loaded. This one is for Isaac Conquest Ope.
Yeah, one of 2 Australian lifters in this class.
That's a little grindy for Isaac.
Eight white
It
lights, a
is,
good
it
lift.
did, I think it came to a complete stop there on the way up, but it didn't dip, so he did get the 3 white lights. He might be another one of our lifters who's looking for a 2.5 kilo jump
The
into
bar
his
is
3rd.
loaded.
Now to Jake Scott, 197.5, jump of 12 and a half. Just 2.5 below his personal best to see where he is on the day. Good pace setter, good strength gauger. I think he's due for a personal best on the third. I'm not seeing just a 2.5. It would not make sense.
Yeah, absolutely. That was super smooth and super quick for a second, and probably the smoothest of the larger jumps that we've seen.
I'd be comfortable with like 7.5. Just load up the yellows and the colors.
Perfect.
Now Inge Ragnarsson, 210. Worrying sights for the nominated first, now missing his second attempt and forecasted third. He's dropping down the rankings quickly.
Yeah, it is not a great time of the day to be losing kilos out on the platform. What happened there?
The bar is loaded.
What I'm thinking is, this is his final year as a sub-junior. He might have contained himself to this weight class, but he's a little tall. He's struggling to hit that competition weight, and it's taking a toll on him.
Quite possibly. We'll look to see if he can bring that back on his third attempt and still gain kilos in the remaining two lifts.
Otherwise, he'll be out of the race. Now into Dmitry Futera, Ukraine, 215. Another
Oh,
miss.
yeah. Oh dear. These young men are putting everything on the line there out for their third squats. However, with the 66 kilo class, oh, sorry, second squats. Goodness gracious me. It has been a long morning already.
Already.
Um, they are already putting everything out on the line. However, Dimitro and Ragnar can come back and get these on their third attempts.
Jaden Michaels, Australia, 220, jumping 10. He's not going to miss, but it's not looking easy. 3 white lights, provisional squad goal in the 66s.
Yeah, not a bad position to be in for the Aussie, but that was slow. I wouldn't be loading too many more kilos onto that.
Especially when the others are missing. You also have to be aware as to what's happening in the weight class.
For sure.
Starbucks Olas, Hungary, going for 225. He would retake provisional squad gold, but won't be retaining it at the end of the round if Mohammed is successful. That's a dive bomb if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, he sunk into that hole at a great rate of knots and couldn't keep the tightness to get back up. Will he slow it down for his third, maintain that control and gain those kilos back? We will have to wait and see.
If you're too quick with it, the bar feels way heavier once you reach the bottom. So you need to find that balance, that sweet spot between control and speed. That was way too quick.
That it was. I feel like that might be an experience thing though, as lifters lift for longer, they find the bar speed that works for them.
100%. Final attempt of the second round is Abdul Malik Muhammad, Singapore, 227.5 to go from silver to gold in the squad event. Lack of depth, 2 to 1, so a chance for the jury to intervene. because that white is from the replay angle. Could that turn out in his favor? Brian, what are we thinking?
I don't know. Unfortunately, I think the depth call was a fair one. He did walk off pointing to his glute at his coach, so I'm wondering if there's a bit of cramp or something in there
The bar
stopping him
is
from hitting
loaded.
depth.
We have a bunch of the favorites missing, and the ratings are getting thrown all over. As of right now, it is Jaden Michaels of Australia with 225 that's forecasted to be in the lead. Opening the third round with Team Canada and Le Cheminot 165. 160 was already a new personal best. Why not add 5 more? But if you know me, you know I don't really like lifters changing their setup for third attempts, but a second did look easy. The setup never lies.
That is unfortunately a motivate
The
170
setup
for
never lies. Unfortunately, not there for our young Canadian lifter.
Went under the bar twice. Just thought too much.
Yeah, too many thoughts is never a good thing. Less is more in that regard.
Powerlifting 101. Don't you think?
No thoughts, just lift.
The bar is loaded.
Now into Team Spain and Oros Andreu 170 is indeed going back to back with the 7.5s. Wow. He made sure this one was going to count. Just an ATG squat for his third. Wow.
Die 3 Sekunden.
Just doubled up on his
171,5
range of
Mal
motion just to make sure.
aan 28
Yeah,
voor
absolutely. No
8,5
questions
minuten.
there. Oh my goodness, that was almost double his range of motion from his first two squats, but can't complain, he got it up.
Yep, 3 for 3, 170 secured. Now to Renan in Finland, 187.5.
The bar is loaded.
Registered personal best of 160. 187.5 is not bad at all.
Yeah, no, I think a 27.5 kilo PB on the world stage that must be quite a nice feeling to come out for that.
And we're talking squat, we're not talking total. The hips going in the direction of the heels at the bottom. Too difficult to recover from that. No lift for Finland, but still a 22.5 kg personal best.
Yeah, nothing to be scoffed at there for the young Finnish lifter.
Now to Team Japan and Uchida at
The bar
190.
is loaded.
Back to back with the 10s. .180 was already a personal best of 2.5. This would be a total PB of 12.5 on the squat. Great execution. Picture perfect. Third squat, 3 white lights and 3 for 3 from Michuda.
Yeah, that was probably right on the money there in terms of attempt selection from Team Japan.
9 more squats to go,
The
all of
bar
them
is
in the
loaded.
200s, starting off with Sebastian Rodriguez from Costa Rica. Personal best of 5 and provisionally the 5th biggest squat of the weight class. Great effort and awarded by 3 white lights, 3 for 3, new personal best
Start with the
for
total best
Sebastian.
of 300, followed by forklift rope and
Yeah, that
squat.
was a really nice
The
third
bar is
attempt
loaded.
there from the Costa Rican team. And that depth, unquestionable.
Next lifter out is Dakota Bissett from Great Britain, 200 kilos on the dot. Want to gain a place on the forecasted ranking. Slowly but surely going up and slowly but surely climbing up the rankings. 3 white lights
In the
for
light
Besant.
division, 264 for Isaac from Australia, followed by Scott in the half marathon.
I'm telling you, I think we're going to see him climb a position almost in each and every event.
The bar is loaded.
And he's going to come out top 5 minimum by the end of the competition. Now Isaac Conquest hope for his final squat is hoping for a 200 finish.
There was unfortunately no
So
movement in
close,
weight
but
classes.
not there on the day.
So for
195
the
was already a
short
solid squat if you compare it to his previous competition. Isaac is 9th in the squat event of the 66s.
the bar is loaded.
6 more squats to go. This one's for Jake Scott from Great Britain, 207.5. My bet was 205. They're going for 207.5. To be honest, I think he has it.
Yeah, I think so. His second attempt was really tidy. They have taken huge jumps with Jake, but I think if he's feeling confident and looking good, that is absolutely the right call from Team GB.
Just a little too heavy. That's ticking points.
Unfortunately, no
Just
movement
could
in
not be
weight classes.
surpassed with 207.5.
Interesting of Iceland
Yeah,
for
maybe
Powerlifting.
2.5 to 5 down would have been on the money, but you don't know until you do know.
Yeah, but the thing is, they just lost 2 positions on the forecast with that miss. Costly mistakes.
It
The bar
is.
is loaded.
Can't be affording to do that. They're going to have to adjust their game plan accordingly.
Now to someone that's losing big so far. Ingi Ragnarsson from Iceland was nominated first. Only scored 1 squat, missed 210 in the second round. Kenny, in true Justin Ingrian fashion, scores third after missing the second.
Very vocal Team Iceland here today. Support for Ragnarsson.
How did he do that? Completely tilted to his left, struggling, fighting his way up.
We are waiting in anticipation
Referees, can we get the
for
flags,
the
please?
referees. Do we have flags?
Ah, it's not looking good. Double
No.
reds, 1
That is
white
unfortunately
from
a
the
corner
left hand
position.
side. So still up to the jury's discretion,
Supervising the
but
bar,
I'm not
John
betting on
Bernard
this one.
Ukraine, followed by
Yep, no lift.
Marcos and Muhammad. The
He
bar
did
is
stand up with
loaded.
it though, so he can say he has a moral victory, but moral victories do not get gold, Alex.
No, they don't, unfortunately. 4 more squats to go. This one is Futera Ukraina 215. Wow. Super nice and easy.
Today's last item is
I don't know what happened in the second round.
18.5
No,
Hungary,
that
followed by
was
Michaels
very
Mahama
smooth and very fast. That could have
Australia.
been a second. It could have also probably been an opener, but hindsight is 2020, and it's very easy to make coaching decisions from the comfort of the commentary booth.
225.
Now into the madman Olas from Hungary, retaking 225. Still dives bomb. No lift. He's going 1 for 3 when he looked stronger than that.
Squat 1,
Just
stand.
lacking control, but it's going to come with experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, having this experience at such a young age is probably the best learning curve for these young men, because doing it in the gym, they don't have the pressure of the referees, they don't have the pressure of all the cameras, everyone watching them. So hopefully, learning curve for our young Hungarian lifter. Do you think he came in a little bit too hot with his first attempt?
Probably. Now into the fight for squad gold. And someone has forgot to tighten up his belt. That can happen when you're a little bit too hyped. But now he's refocused. Jadon Michaels going for 225 provisional squad gold. He stands up with it, but depth is questionable from afar. But from closer up, it looks better on optimized squat. 3 white lights. He's in gold, but to be surpassed by Abdul Malik Muhammad, the final squat of the group. It's in between the two. Who is going to get gold between Australia and Singapore in the squat event of the 66s?
Yeah, keeping in mind that Abdul Malik Muhammad did miss this on
The
his
bar is
second, so
loaded.
he will have to tighten everything up. It was a depth issue. He's asking for support from the crowd.
Yeah, odds are not in his favor, but we've seen it before, and when you know you're squatting for gold, it ignites another fire inside. He tried his best, but cannot manage the weight. Abdul Malik will stay in silver. Jaden Michaels from Australia will get gold. And completing the podium, only scoring 1 squat, is Szabolcs Olas from Hungary. That's quite the eventful squat session for the two groups.
Yeah, I don't think that was what we predicted at all.
But still, Jaden Ingrid somehow stands his ground with 239, even though that's below expectations, which is insane to say. The 66s, everything is open, but the new favorite is Jaden Michaels. We'll now be back in about 10 minutes time for bench press. We'll see you then. And just like that, the break is over. We are back in action here in Sun City, South Africa for the 2026 IPF World Sub Junior Classic, powerlifting part of the championship. We've seen an eventful squat session, lots of misses, but a few regains in the third round. New world record with Justin Nguyen at 239, and unfortunately Tuko Meskini failing to score 221 new world record in the 53s. Range of openers in terms of bench press from 75 to
Regardless of the
153. We're
75
going to be
for
seeing
Team
some other
South
world
Korea
record
or
attempts.
Honami Matsuda.
First one out is Chinbat from Mongolia, 75. Nice and
Three
easy.
white lights
3
needed.
white lights,
Team
say good lift.
Korea for Honami S India, followed by Matsuda in
Bench press
Japan.
being the movement you rely on the referee the most. 3 commands to follow: start, press, and rack.
The bar is
Chief referee
loaded.
really dictates the rhythm of the movement.
Yeah, and it can be quite tricky, especially in an environment like this, to really hear those commands, particularly if you have one of our quieter referees. Today, that is not an issue. We have a very experienced centre referee with a nice loud voice.
Love that. Now, Sabam Arana, India, opening with 80 kilos. 3 white lights, he's
Three
on the
white
board.
lights, a good lift. Team 735 on the bar for Keigo Matsuda of Japan, followed by Chong and Ali.
Clean side angle,
The
no
bar is
movements,
loaded.
everything in order. Nakeigo Matsuda, Japan, 87.5, opening above his personal best bench press. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's not unusual to see that with junior and sub-junior lifters, as they do have the benefit of gains being so young.
The benefit of gains. Love that. Huge arch, but doesn't seem to be a
Three
problem in
white
terms
lights,
of
a good
elbow
lift.
depth. 3 white
91 on the
lights.
bar for Luke Alexander Chong of
Seems like
Singapore,
they start
followed
him
by
young in
Chong and
Japan in
Ali.
terms of bench press.
Quite often lifters that do have a large
The bar
arch
is
struggle
loaded.
to get to bench depth. But yeah, not a problem. It does depend on where your touch point is with your bar, whether it's lower down your chest or higher up.
And also genetics, length of forearms and arms. It does play a role.
Oh, absolutely. And leverages are probably pretty key in powerlifting as well.
Oh yeah, very much so.
Long arms, big deadlift.
Luke Alexander Chong, Singapore, with a different grip, one we're not used to seeing often. Some would say the anatomical grip or close grip.
Is he holding on to the smooth part of the bar there, Alex?
No, he's fully on the knurling,
Team
but
14 no
2
lift.
things to be corrected. I think he moved one of his feet
Ali of India, followed by
and
Rafi of
blew
Japan.
maybe for Dao's movement, which I did not quite pick up, and I think his elbows were extended.
The bar is
I don't
loaded.
know, it seems very marginal. Arnab Ali, 102.5, representing India. Nice and easy. 3 white
Three white
lights.
lights, a
Good
good
lift.
lift.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but we haven't seen issues with hand positioning so far this championship.
Not yet, but we still have quite a few days left. There are many things lifters have to think about in terms of their
The bar
hands.
is loaded.
Next up, Ahmed Al Fatli, USA 107.5. Collected squat bronze and seems to be in the running for a bench press medal.
And 2.5 kilograms over his current PB opening.
Not the easiest of openers, could have been a second, I would say. So either he's going to go 2 for 3 or he takes small jumps. That's my bet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, don't want to push it too far, but he has collected a PB on the world stage, so that's a win in anyone's books, I'm sure.
Already sets it up on the bench is Lina Chengxi from Chinese Taipei 110. Great form, super clean. However, double yellows. Could this be for the glutes leaving the bench?
It could be. It has come from both side referees, which means we are more than likely going to see it on the replay here.
Oh yeah, on the way down, glutes are all the way up in the air.
The
You know what?
glutes were not there.
You know what? It might just be a case of not being used to that bench pad. When you bench on a stiffer bench pad, it feels different in terms of leg drive and hips positioning. That Eleiko bench pad is top notch. It's
The bar
comfy.
is
You
loaded.
can get your shoulders back, scapula well into the bench, but it's a different use of leg drive too. You need to get accustomed to that.
Interesting. I wonder if he's been warming up on the same bench pad out the back or whether he has one of the older Eleiko models.
Chances are high that he has the correct one because that warm-up room is fully equipped with Eleiko thanks to them. Amazing sponsor, Eleiko. Now into Tukkomiskeni, Finland, 112.5. Blink and you'll miss it. 3 white lights.
3 white
Tuko
lights
regains
immediately.
momentum after going at a 1 for
Weight
3
time
in the squat event.
1.55, representing Lekainen of Finland, followed by Gentle and Guyen.
And it seems like the two Finnish share the same game plan in the bench press event. Lavikainen is going for 112.5. Looking
3
quick,
white
but
lights
looking a little
immediately.
scrappy.
150 on the bar for Masako
Yeah,
Gentle of
I
Finland.
think he had a quick but scrappy squat style as well. His depth was there, but fights all the way up, all 3 times.
The bar is loaded.
3 more openers to go. We've got Gentle, Nguyen, and Tsuneshi lined up for us. It is 115, 140, and 153.
That is a big spread over the last 3 bench press openers for this morning's first flight.
Nice and easy for Gentle. 3 white
1 white
lights.
light immediately. 140 on the bar for Joachim Nguyen of USA, followed by 23.8 Shukai.
Penultimate opener Justin Nguyen, USA. Quick reminder that yes, he has gold in the squat event. But if he wants his record to be registered, he needs a total, so he cannot miss this attempt. It's very important.
Absolutely. It would be a shame to let that squat record go to waste, but I think Team USA is experienced enough that they won't let that happen.
Two to one,
World
no
record
lift,
number
double
32.
yellows. Surely a case of lifting the glutes again.
World record sub-junior
That's not the
bench
best way
press
to start
event.
the bench press event for
150
Justin
photos.
Nguyen.
First round, Ito Tsuneishi
Yep,
of
glutes very much
Japan.
up in the air on the way up here. Training personal best of 150, failing 140 for standards. Needs to correct that in the second round and cut the
The
suspense.
bar is loaded. Let's go.
Now onto the final opener, Ito Tsuneshi from Japan, going for a world record. It is 2-1 because it's the sub junior bench press record and the sub junior single lift bench press record. Two separate records because two disciplines, but if in powerlifting with three movements you break the single lift record, it counts. It doesn't count the other way around.
And of course, bench press is the only one of the lifts that has its own form of competition in powerlifting.
Which is a shame. Give me a squat only event.
Oh, I would have said deadlift only.
Give me both. Not receiving the command for lack of elbow extension. This tends to happen with such a specific setup. This threw him off badly.
That is approximately
Yep,
8
no
5
lift.
pounds of fat on the bar.
When you're so specific
Number
with it, if
4
one of the variable
Suda.
is off, your bench is going to be off. Two more chances for him to try and register that record. But yeah, opening on a record is always dangerous.
It is indeed. There is an extra layer of pressure for him coming
The
into the
bar is
second
loaded.
round. I hope that he is able to correct that mistake and not have his setup thrown off in the future.
So as you've seen on your screen, in the 53s we're missing Chong, and in the 59s we're missing half of them. Nguyen Lin and Sunyashi.
Two of the favourites for the bench press as well. How does that factor in the other people's game plan?
I don't know, they're quite far. We'll see what happens. Now into the second round with Shinbat, Mongolia, jumping 2.5.
Today's
Three
bar
white
size
lights.
reduces 85 on the bar at
Was not
200 pounds.
expecting only a
One fourth
2.5, maybe
pound.
not feeling the best in the bench press.
Yeah, but as we said earlier, there is
The bar
nothing
is
wrong with
loaded.
taking a 2.5 kilo jump, especially if it means that you're not losing 7.5 kilos on the platform.
Now jumping 5 is Rana from India, 85 for his second attempt. More effort, of course, it's the second round, but it seems like a solid second.
Three
Yep,
white
it
lights
pleases the
awaiting.
referees, all three
155
whites
on the bar
turned up.
by Keigo Matsuda of Japan, followed by Tonga Alpasi. The bar is loaded.
Team Japan back on the platform, but this one is Keigo Matsuda, 92.5. It's a huge arch, but not as specific of a setup compared to his teammate.
Wimbledon. 95 on the bar for Luke Alexander Fong of Singapore,
2-1, a
followed by
good
Muhammad
lift.
Fakri of Indonesia.
Yeah, he did get a yellow from the far side referee, so not this angle that we're going to see here, but maybe we can possibly still see the infraction from this side.
The bar is loaded.
I'd say there's movement. I don't know about loss of contact. Might
No,
be a game of perspective.
yeah, absolutely. Like the far side glute might have lifted, the side that we're seeing on the replay, perhaps not.
Luke Alexander Chong, Singapore, has decided to bump up his opener by 5, even though he missed it for 2 different technical infraction. One yellow because his left foot moved, and a blue that could have been for either downwards movement or lack of elbow lockout. We were a little unsure. No foot movement. 3 white lights, a good lift.
110 on the bar.
Absolutely. It's quite unusual to see someone with such a narrow grip for a competition bench press. Normally a narrow grip bench would be an accessory movement in a program.
Especially with such long arms.
The range of motion he has there in his bench press is
The
double and
bar is
triple some of
loaded.
his competitors.
Optimization? Never heard of it. Don't need it. Now, Ahmed Al Fatli, USA, 110, only jumping 2.5. As we've said, 107 was a personal best. Not the best moving personal best in opener. That's the new
3
generation
white
sync
lights,
that
a good
passes,
lift.
according to the rule.
110 on the bar for
3 white lights, no upper body
followed by
thrust, but
movement
still
machine.
benefiting from a little bit of a
The
sync.
bar is loaded.
I guess the only way to go now is the 112.5, hoping it's going to be here for Al Fatli and USA. Lin is back on the platform, retaking 110. Double yellows, double yellows last time around for glutes up in the air.
Yeah, he was the one, the glutes were up on the descent and on the press as well. So I'm hoping he's managing to maintain contact.
Yeah, nerfed his leg drive a whole lot. And
The
for
bar
that,
is
he is on the
loaded.
board. 2 to
112 on
1.
the bar for
Still a yellow coming from the
IPF,
side.
followed by machine
Yeah, from the
Levikainen.
side that you're going to see here, perhaps there is
The bar is
movement
loaded.
as opposed to lift. Definite movement, but I didn't see daylight, so I think he's probably pretty safe with that one.
Yeah, it could have been either for hand, feet, glutes, command, but didn't see any of those four.
No. I mean, yellow is for all manner of infractions, and with bench, the list is basically endless.
Now, Ali jumping 10 from 102 to 112.5 is the only one taking that kind of jump.
10 kilos is quite a sizable jump in bench press. It's a little bit more understandable in squat and deadlift because you are lifting bigger weights, so it's less of a percentage.
And see, it collapses because
That is
adding
a low
10%
lift.
to your bench from one lift to
117.5
the other
for
is no
USA,
small
followed by
feat.
Levikainen. Next up.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure where he would go from there. I think, yeah, the 10 kilos was it's just a bit much. He would have to pull something out of the bag on his third attempt to be able to get that. I think, I don't want to be pessimistic,
The bar
but I
is
think I'm being
loaded.
realistic here,
Yeah, I
Alex.
think they just looked at numbers. They were like, this is your personal best. You've done it before. Hit it on your second. But unfortunately, we're not on home soil. We've traveled. Conditions are different. It's not here on the day. But
No.
one more chance. We'll see. We've been proven wrong before.
I don't know about you, Alex, but I've never been proven wrong.
Now to Tsuko Miskini, Finland, 117.5. 3 white
3 white
lights,
lights, a
a
good lift.
successful jump of 5.
117.5 on the bar for
And they'll be sharing attempts as teammates from Finland because the next one out is Lavikainen and he's also going for 117.5.
The bar is loaded.
I'm sure Lavikainen would have loved to share a Miskini's squad at 210.
Oh, absolutely. But Team Finland, yeah, coming neck and neck with their attempts, but Meskini is in the 53s and Lavikainen is in the 59s. Does make the warm-ups in the warm-up room a little bit easier though if we're just adjusting rack height and not weights.
Also scrappy again, but working.
It is a 2-1 victory.
Yeah, he got a blue from this side referee, and blue can be for the downward motion of the bar or indeed elbow lockout at the
bar is
end
loaded.
or the beginning of the lift. I don't know if I saw either of those on the replay, Alex.
It might have paused, but I don't think it dipped.
To be fair, it is quite hard to tell as a side referee because you're not kind of watching the whole bar, you're just watching your side, and that is why we have 3 referees and 3 jury members.
Gentle, Team USA, 120, jump of 5 in the 59s. This one is for provisional bench press gold with Sunyeshi and Nguyen yet to score an attempt. Three white ice, provisional gold.
One point in the bag for Justin Yang of
He looks
USA.
very happy with his second attempt, which is great. We love to see the spirits kept high.
The bar is loaded.
The bar is loaded for Justin Nguyen, retaking in 140 kilos. He's gonna have to change something in terms of leg drive, hips positioning maybe.
Yeah, it could be any number of things. He is one of our favourites who has yet to post a score.
Was that any better? We saw movement, 2-1, a good
2-1
lift.
Sunyeshi.
One yellow though, so we're gonna be paying close attention to the replay.
Yeah, this is the side that you're going to see here. Yellow could be any number of things, as I said before, and I think I did see a bit of daylight, and the jury has overruled Nguyen's lift to a no lift, which means he has still yet to post a bench press score, Alex.
This is gonna be a character testing attempt, that third bench for Justin Nguyen, but champions adapt, champions overcome, champions find solutions and surpass those difficult moments.
That should be printed on a t-shirt.
Ito Tsuneshi, kind of in the same situation, is retaking 153 for the sub-junior bench press record. Could not even manage a proper eccentric last time around.
No, he was just thrown off by being asked to replace the bar because his elbows were not locked out. The centre ref has refused to give him the start command again. Alex, what is happening?
I don't know. Back a little cramped up of the long arch. And we're still missing one of the lights.
The suspense is unbelievable in here at the moment.
3-1.
Oh,
And
double reds.
No
It
injuries.
is 2-1. I believe the
2.5 in the
side,
bag
our
for
side over
Sunyeshi.
here, Alex gave him a white.
Yes, he did. I don't think the reds were for elbows because it seemed proper. Even the first time, the
The
two
bar is
laterals that they
loaded.
aren't put down, so the comment should have been given. And racking twice is tiring. And now, because an issue with the remote, we're not knowing if it's elbow depth, command,
Yeah.
a difficult position for Tsunyishi again.
Yeah, the referees have paddles, but they only have a white and a red. They don't have the ability to tell us what the infraction was in terms of colours. So anyone's guess is as good as ours.
Now to the third round with Shinba taking a bigger jump from the second to the third than from his first to the second. It's 82.5. Might have missed a minute there. Lots of wrist rolling, but the bar never stops moving. However, no lift, double yellows. You know the drill, Brielle.
'Yeah, we will have to see on the replay what's gone on there for our young Mongolian lifter. Unfortunately, I can see a little bit
The
of glute
bar is
lift
loaded.
there, Alex, and I don't know if the jury can be convinced otherwise.
Now ready to unrack is Sabam Rana, India. Looking for a 3 for 3 with 2.5 more on his third bench. No lift
That is unfortunately
for
no
Team
lift.
India. Unfortunately, that's going to be 2 for 3.
Japan, followed by stomping alpaca. The bar is
Bars loaded
loaded.
for Keigo Matsuda, Japan, 95 kilos. Two to one, a good lift.
100 kilos plus as he comes down from Singapore, followed by approximately 6 minutes to change openers for the
Do we see
66.
yellows on the replay?
The
The
yellow
bar
did
is
come from the
loaded.
other side though, so we might not see it. I think there was a little bit of glute movement, but not a lift.
And in the 100s, we go with Chong, Singapore.
With the long arms and the biggest range of motion I've ever seen in a bench press.
Yep, missed a 90 for technical infractions in the first round. Trusted himself to go at 5, scored. Now he's adding another 5. Press command a little bit of the on the longer side there, though.
It was, but he has such a long range of motion. It probably took quite a while to settle on his chest. Definitely a lot longer than you would normally see as a centre referee.
And a bit asymmetrical. That right arm
The
is a little
bar is
more opened
loaded.
up than the left one. With 5 more kilos, it's difficult to surpass. Now to Ahmed Al Fatli, the man forecasted in the lead in the 53s, 112.5 for his final bench. As predicted, is going back to back with the 2.5s.
Yeah, I mean, his opener, it was tidy, but it was slow. So the 2.5 kilo jumps, I think, were a very sensible choice from Team USA, and it means that he's collecting kilos and he's not letting big jumps let him leave kilos out there.
Solid third grinder.
And he
3
comes
white
down so
lights.
quickly.
Bang on the money, I think. I think 5 would have been too much there, but he has 3 bench presses
The
on the
bar is
board.
loaded.
Now Anab Ali India retaking 112.5. That 10 kg jump did not turn out in his favor in the second round.
No, it did not. It just seemed to get stuck on his chest, so fingers crossed.
Maybe having it in his hands one time
25
before made it
miles.
easier.
115 and a
Did
half.
not collapse.
Begins at 5
112.5.
seconds, followed by
Resisted.
68 like time.
Yeah,
With your
maybe
hands to change
maybe
openers
he
for the
just
66
he
round.
didn't have his
With your hands
muscles
to change
engaged the
openers
last
for the
time and just
66.
lost it. Who knows?
Do you think he's Iron Man? Like Jarvis, engage the muscles.
The bar is loaded.
Exactly, that's 100% what I thought. How did you read my mind?
Welcome to the Marvel Powerlifting universe. Now to Chengxi Lin at Chinese Taipei, 115. I think it would have been
That
glutes
is
up in the air anyways on the way
152.
up.
Yeah, unfortunately not quite there, but he has got a bench press on the
152
board with
followed
his
by
second
152.
attempt.
And two of our lifters in this group cannot say the same thing. We're still missing Tsunieshi and Nguyen that will close out the round.
The bar is
It's
loaded.
not the best position to be in for those two guys.
No, especially because they are two of the favourites heading into the totals as well. At this point, it's anyone's bet what happens here in the 59s.
Tuko Miskini Finland closing out his bench press event with 122.5. And I'll let you guess what Lavikainen has put in for his third right after this.
In the
Three
first
white lights,
division,
3 for 3 in the bench
141
press.
by Kevin Lavikainen of Finland, followed by
Much better
Tuukka
bench press
Miskinen.
event than his
Last
squat
event
event.
for change openers for the 66s. Last event for change openers. The bar is loaded.
Same weight stays on the bar for Team Finland. Valtteri Lavikainen going for his third, trying to match what his teammate has done in the 53s.
Do you think they just photocopied the attempt slips once they were filled out?
I think they're just really friends and want to do the same thing.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, just lack
That is
control,
unfortunately
and the
only a
scrappiness comes and bites him
120.5
back.
mark for Masato
Yeah, I
Sensei,
think he just needed
followed
to
by
slow that descent down a little
119.
bit and it would have kept tighter
The
and
bar
easier to
is
get off
loaded.
his
No
chest.
more change
But
into the
again,
openers for the
with
66.
age comes
No more changes.
experience.
Final of the non-critical attempts. Masato Gentle, USA, 122.5.
Yeah, at the moment, leading in the 59s, which was unpredicted.
Yes, he could walk away with bench press gold or bench press bronze or silver, depending on what Sunyishi and Nguyen managed to do after him. That was extra clean from Gentle.
Oh, the anticipation he is waiting for. He's keeping an eye as he leaves the
Remaining time
platform.
right now, 2
Three
white
white
lights,
lights.
I
please.
mean, I'm pretty sure his high school
Who's
team
the
want to
team
recruit him as a
that has
linebacker
most
now. That was great coverage.
units? Both
Just moving
Gentle
left
and
and right.
Diesel are off the board as of now. Just
Solid
gained
performance
each
both
a
in powerlifting and football.
successful bench
Yeah.
of 140 to secure the spot in the
Now it is
59s.
a poised Justin
The
Nguyen
final
that's going to
player.
come to the
Come on,
platform.
140. The bar
He's
is
been
loaded. Let's
overruled
go,
by the
Justin.
jury for the glutes up in the air in the second round. Glutes were clearly up in the air in the first round. Is it getting slightly better attempts by attempts? If so, there's a chance. But reminder, if he doesn't score, he's unable to compete for the world title, and his record is not going to be registered. So pivotal attempt.
There is a lot riding on this one lift.
From afar, it looks much cleaner, but double yellows
That
again for
is a
Justin
loaded
Nguyen.
lift.
That is
That has
the
just been made out
most
of the
important replay
original squad
ever.
world record.
How is
He's
it looking
gone.
on the way down?
He's at
Glutes up in the air.
144
Justin
to
Nguyen is
153
guaranteed to
for a
be
new world record for junior
disqualified
bench
of
press
the
event.
World Championship.
The level of tension
Wow.
in this room for so early in
The
the
bar is
championships, Alex.
loaded.
This is not what anyone was
153
expecting.
for
That is
nothing for
just not good. He
Tsuneyoshi
will walk
for a
away with
new
a
sub-junior
squad
bench press
gold,
world
but his
record.
record is not going to be registered and he won't be crowned world champion when he was the clear favorite. But now we need to focus on one last 59 before we move into the 66s. We've got Ito Tsunieshi. He needs to extend the elbows quicker than before to receive a quick start command. 153 for the world record. What is wrong this time? Elbows again. 17 seconds. For 3 attempts, he had to rack 6 times. He's not going to be able to register a total in the competition. So we're losing 2 of our podium favorites and no world record to be registered.
That is not what anyone was expecting, and if I had have put money on this class, if I was a betting woman, I just probably would have lost a house deposit, Alex.
Yeah, me too. But a quick look at the standings. For Sub Juniors 53 podium at 95 with Matsuda in bronze, Al Fatli in silver, and Miskini in gold with a 122.5. The 59s, Ali on the podium with 112.5, Lavikainen with 117.5 in silver, and Gentle comes out on top with 122.5. He's getting gold. Time for the 66s. First one is already on the platform. Rodriguez Conejo with 85. Last one out is Ragnarsson with 147.5. 3 white lights, a good lift. Team Japan with Minato Uchida opening at 97.5. Nice and easy opener. 3 white lights.
Yeah, we shouldn't be seeing too much of a struggle with these gentlemen's opening bench press. It needs to be something that they know that they can get on the board so they can continue building their total. You have to be able to register a lift in all 3 events to contribute towards a total, and if you don't have a total, you can't get on the podium for total, but you can for individual events.
Hungary and Olas opening at 100 kilos. This one is going to be a 3 white light opener, of course.
Yeah, well done. He seems happy with that. I think he got a little bit of a pep talk in between the break between squats and bench because he wasn't super happy with his squat results. He only managed to post 1.
Now to Le Cheminot from Canada, 112.5. Scored a new personal best at 160, went 2 for 3 in the squat.
Yeah, and 2 for 3 it's not terrible. 2 for 3 can't be too mad at, especially when your third attempt is something that is pushing the metaphorical boat out a little bit in terms of effort. And that was a really tidy opener from the Canadian, 3 white lights.
The bar is loaded.
Jake Scott, Great Britain, 115. 115 being a popular opener in the weight class because we have Spain and Singapore going for that same one. Might have slipped a little as he tried to push, but it's 3 white lights,
3
a
white lights
good
and good
lift.
lift. 150 on the bar for Enrico Andreu of Spain, followed by Muhammad Hassan.
Of course, you can
The bar is
slide, things
loaded.
just can't lift.
115 stays on the bar as announced. This one's for Enrico Andreu, España. Went 3 for 3 in the squat with 170 being his best attempt.
Three white lights and good lift.
3 white lights, a good lift for
150 on the
Team
bar for
Spain.
Nurudin Muhammad of Singapore, followed by
4 for
Besmir
4,
Zahran.
continuing on with the good day.
The bar is loaded.
Yeah, all of his lifts have looked really tidy, and I hope he continues on that same trajectory today.
Abdul Malik Mohammed, Singapore. The final opener at 115.
Huge range of motion there, no question on bench depth.
But questions on glutes apparently.
17.5 on the bar for Dakota Besmir of Great Britain, followed
Yep.
by Tugara and Conquest
Refs
Malaysia.
are indicating to the coach that it is
The
indeed
bar is
for butt
loaded.
lift. Dakota Besant, Great Britain, 117.5.
Yeah, and the Brits demonstrating a real squat masterclass with their attempt selections with Dakota. So I'm hoping, predicting, betting money on the fact that they do the same for his bench press. Super speedy and 3
Three
white
white
lights. I
lights and
think
good
he's
lift.
got plenty of room to grow there.
Muhammad
Him and
Hussein,
his coach are both
followed by Conquest
pointing
Hosni
up.
Ronana. The bar is loaded.
The bar is loaded for Dmitro Futera, Ukraine, 120. Somehow managed to make his final squat look the easiest of his squat.
Yeah, that was bizarre. But again, hindsight 2020, they could have opened with that, but glad they didn't, because if he had have, things might have looked a little bit different for our Ukrainian lifter. And Ukraine has massive support here.
Three white lights and
Three
good
white
lift.
lights, a good lift.
125 on the bar for Ivan Conquest Hope of Australia, followed by Ronana and Michael.
Four more openers to go. Got 2 Aussies, one
The bar
Finnish,
is
one
loaded.
Icelandic lifter lined up for us. First of which is Isaac Conquesto with 125.
That sounded like the start of a bad joke, Alex. 2 Aussies, 1 Icelandic, 1 Finnish.
Powerlifting ain't no joke.
It is not. I'm taking this very seriously indeed.
Nice and tidy opener.
Oh, and we have lights. 2 lights, 1 light now waiting. It's the left-hand side referee.
Three
We're
white
good.
lights and good lift.
3
125 on
whites.
the bar for Kirsti Ronani of Finland, followed by Michaels and Ragnarsson. The bar is
Tiskirunal
loaded.
in Finland, 135 kilos. 2-1. A good lift the first round through elbow depth.
Yeah, coming from a side referee, which is unusual but not unheard of. I did question that from our angle, Alex, but we don't have. Oh, I could have gone either way there, actually.
Because it's a lot more tucked in than on the other side. So, of course, it's going to look a low pull.
It'll be interesting to see what the jury says. They don't actually seem too bothered by it at all. I think the lift is going to stand there.
Next up is Jaden Michaels, Australia 137.5, penultimate opener. Three white lights, a good lift. And now we're adding 10 more for the final opener. I mean, this guy's looking good, technically speaking, is looking strong, and he's just getting outclassed by 10 in the openers.
The bar is loaded.
He is indeed, and he slipped in rankings in our squat, so he will be looking to make up the kilos.
147.5 for Ingi Ragnarsson. Following first on nomination to forecasted third, bench could be a great tool to cover some ground. That is the perfect way to start. Three white lights.
Yep, 147.5, but what kind of jump are Team Iceland going to make going into the second round? We'll have to wait and see.
Betting on a 5. But one thing I don't like seeing again is one of the favorite yet to have an attempt on the board. Abdul Malik Muhammad from Singapore forecasted second in the weight class, failed his opener. Entering the second round with somewhat of a big jump, a 7.5 on an 85 kg bench. That's the choice Team Costa Rica has made for Sebastian.
Yeah, I'm hoping it is the right choice. To be fair, his opener was super smooth, super quick.
A reasonable slowing down for 7.5 more. Three white lights. It's looking good on Costa Rica's side.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably wouldn't take an additional 7.5 on top of that, though.
The bar is loaded.
Minato Uchida, Japan, 105. It's also a 7.5 kg jump. The lightest of the group taking the biggest jump of the group. Once again, it's significantly slowed down, but technique-wise, it looks fine.
That was from Hungary.
Yeah, I didn't see any possibility of infractions there, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of jump they take to get as many kilos as they can, but still maintain the integrity of the lift.
All eyes from Hungary is jumping 5. That's 105 for his second attempt. Just trying to collect kilos. Bench is not really where he shines, and he's had troubles in the squat, so you don't want to miss again. He's forecasted 5th in the weight class, and a top 5 at Worlds is something.
It really is, especially at this very young age. He seems stoked with that with his coach. Big thumbs up, big smiles.
The bar is loaded.
Now it is Abdul Malik Muhammad, Singapore, retaking 115. We need to cut the suspense right now. How about the lights, Briar?
Yes,
Three
there we
white
go.
lights,
3 white lights, big thumbs up, big
175
smiles.
for Great Britain for
He's on the board. We're all on the
8
board.
quarters.
Everyone can relax.
The bar is loaded.
I'm joking. We've still got a long way to go today.
Jake Scott, Great Britain, only jumping 2.5. Sensible decision after a convincing yet slow opener at 115. Nice setup of the arch. Lots of internal rotation on his bench, but every finger is wrapped around the barbell, so no issues with that. But 2.5 more is too much, at least in the
Okay,
second round.
is 117.5 on the bar for a quarter pounder.
Such a specific setup. Once again, when you arch very high up, you have loads of internal
The bar
rotation.
is loaded.
It is super difficult to express strength if you're just 1 centimeter off the correct bar path for you.
Yeah, that is a tricky one. We're hoping he will come out and get that on his third attempt. His opener looks fine though, so 2.5. Maybe this, like you said, the setup was incorrect for him.
Arsen Le Cheminant, Canada, 117.5, jump of 5. That looks like a second shoot. However, a yellow is coming in from the right hand side.
125 for 8 quarters Andrea of
Which
Spain,
is
followed by
what we're
Britain
going to
of
see
Canada.
here, Alex. Let's hope
The bar is
it's nothing
loaded.
too egregious.
I wouldn't say it's
After again racking up the kilos with really tidy lifts.
The bar is
next up for
loaded.
127.5 is Dakota Besant from Great Britain.
10-kilo jump in the bench press. His opener was phenomenal though, it flew. Let's hope we have 10 kilos there for Dakota.
And it wasn't too big of a jump. It looks like a second shoot. 3
3
white
white
lights for
lights for
Dakota.
Britain. 135
Yeah,
for
absolutely. That was not
Canada.
as slow as I was expecting it to be at all. I'm not sure another 10-kilo jump is in there, but that was
The bar is
the right
loaded.
choice from Team GB.
And once again, it's super far on that right side of the bench. That right shoulder is almost free. Interesting. Now to Dmytro Futerai, jumping 10. That's 130 kilos for the Ukrainian.
Three white lights, a good lift.
3 white lights, a
131
good lift
for
for
Francis
Team
Walter
Ukraine.
Schuler
Successful
for
jump of
9
10.
Michaels. The bar is loaded.
Already walking up to the bench is Isaac Conquest Hope from Australia for 130 kilos.
Three white lights, a
3 white
good
lights.
lift.
A good lift there from the
125
Australian. I think the 5
of
kilo jump was
Finland,
the
followed by
right
Lucas and
call.
Ragnarsson.
Three more bench presses in the
The bar
second
is
round. We have
loaded.
Finland, Australia, and Iceland. First of which is Renanen with 142.5.
A bit of a fight there, but he got 2 white lights.
151
Centre ref has given him
Finland,
red for
Australia
elbow
followed by
depth, which is
Ragnarsson,
normally
Sweden.
where you can see it from, and the jury will get this central replay as we've got there. It's probably
The
right
bar
on the
is
line
loaded.
as to how it should be refereed. It could go either way. One of the rules is that you have to have a tight-fitting t-shirt so they can see your shoulder line, and he does have a little bit of a looser one that might err in his favour.
Jaden Michaels, Australia 145. Low shaky at the bottom, but 3 white lights. Seems like one of the
152.5
sides
bar.
stopped and the other one wanted to keep
Ragnarsson
going
of
down.
Iceland, followed by Rodriguez and Kolar. The bar is loaded.
Final attempt of the round. Ragnaringi Ragnarsson, Iceland 152.5. Waiting on Jaden Michaels' ticket to see whether or not that is a guaranteed bench press gold. But most likely it is going to be. Yes, Michaels is only going for 150. So this is guaranteed bench press gold for Iceland and Ragnarsson. Three white lights. There you have it. Bench press
3
gold
white lights, a good
goes
lift.
to
95
Iceland
and
in the
up of Sebastian
66s.
Rodriguez,
And he
followed
knows
by
that he's
Kolar.
walking off the platform with a huge smile on his face. I think he's redeemed a little bit of whatever he lost at squats, so can't be mad with Team Iceland at the moment.
The
Yeah,
bar
and
is
great
loaded.
recovery. When you look at his squat event, you would have thought that he was not looking good, but maybe he had time to recomp a little more, and now he's feeling strong.
Absolutely, particularly if he was cutting, which would have been the case for a lot of these gentlemen today, especially Sebastian, who is out on the platform now, 66 on the dot, Alex.
Yeah, this could be a hard cut or just coming in light and confident. Final bench 95. No kilos lost. He jumped 2.5. 92.5 was his top end on the day.
By Kolar, followed by
Or
Rodriguez and
maybe
Rodriguez, followed by
94.5, but you cannot load that if it's not a record attempt.
Yeah, bit of a shame that he can't, but as you said, no kilos lost in terms of the kilos he could
The
collect.
bar is loaded.
Bar loaded for Olas from Hungary. 107.5 coming super hyped up. That's his usual self.
Yeah, that was the intensity we saw for his squat session. So I think he is just a hyped up lifter, just an aggressive lifter. Different people have different preferences. And that was super fast. What do the refs say?
Are you expecting a
This was
yellow?
a good
Yep,
lift
we're
by
seeing one. So
Kolar, Finland,
2 to 1, a good
followed
lift,
by
but one
Scott
yellow
and
coming from
Finland.
the right hand side.
The bar is loaded.
And I think that's a clear case of lights below the hamstrings, but not the glutes.
No, glutes stayed on the bench. I mean, there was definite movement. There was definite lift, but it wasn't non-contact.
Minato Uchida, Japan, trying to close his bench press session with 110.
know it was on his chest, and he said nope, and let the spotters bring it up for him. Why would you not even push through something like that, Alex?
I don't know, maybe he felt like he was not going to be able to go until the end. I don't know. And also the very different positioning from the left to the right.
The bar
One
loaded.
wrist is super bent and the elbow tucked up. The other one is not so bent, lots of internal rotation, and the elbow open up. Super uncomfortable,
Yeah,
super awkward to press from that.
exactly. Good thing the spotters and loaders were there to save him from potentially hurting himself.
Now to Jake Scott, representing GB 117.5, a retake from the second round.
Yeah, just a small 2.5 kilo jump up from his opening attempt.
Discontinued leg drive midway up made for a loss of control. No lift and 1 for 3 for Jake Scott.
Yeah, no doubt a little bit disappointing for the British lifter, but as we said before, he's got a very, very specific setup, and anything going even the slightest bit wrong can throw a spanner in the works.
120 has been elected as the final attempt for Le Cheminot in Canada. It's a small jump of 2.5, but he did receive a yellow with 117.5. Don't want it to be worse with more weight. Lovely third from Le Cheminot. 3 white lights.
Absolutely, whatever the yellow light was for in his second, he definitely tidied that up, and an equal PB on the world stage. Cannot be mad with that.
Abdul Malik Mohammad, Singapore, 120. 5 kilo jump over what was supposed to be his opener, but turned out to be a second attempt.
Three white lights, a good lift.
3 white lights, a good lift, and he seems pretty happy with that and recovering after a no lift on his first bench. I mean, the celebration is understandable. Again, a really long range of motion for a Singaporean lifter. Maybe that's just how they bench in Singapore.
Enric Orus Andreu, 122.5. Team Spain playing it safe. They want to go 6 for 6 and try and benefit from others. Misses.
Yeah, our Spanish lifter has been very tidy with his lifts so far. And I would say he is continuing that trend here. He does get one red on this side. There is a yellow infraction somewhere. You're not going to see it on the live stream because this is the opposite side. But maybe we can get a hint as to what the ref saw. I think that looks good, Alex.
Once again, I'm no jury member, but I would have to agree.
We can be the 4th and 5th jury members.
Honorary members of the jury.
Exactly.
Now Dakota Besant, Great Britain, 132.5, jumping 5. Just right outside of the bench press podium. The right choice was made by Team GB. 3 white lights, a good lift. Fourth provisional position in the bench press event. With a nice subtotal from Besant of 332.5. He's looking at a provisional top 5 in the weight class. 5 more bench presses to go. This one is for Dmitro Futra, Ukraine, 135. Very solid
3
attempt.
white lights, a good lift for the Ukrainian there.
For Australia, followed by Rolano and Michaels. The bar is
We're not
loaded.
yet in the fight for medals. We're here with Isaac Conquest Hope taking 135. That transition over the shoulders just could not go through. No lift for Australia.
Is the provisional silver medal obtained?
That's all right. That's got third attempts for. He was out of the running for a bench medal anyway,
The
so it
bar
would
is
have just
loaded.
been
Ronani of Finland.
personal gain
Bronze
and
bronze and
collecting
silver.
kilos.
But in the long run, is not outside of the podium race. I might have gone for the 2.5. Just build up that subtotal.
Yeah, so Team Australia are going to have to look to collect kilos in the deadlift.
Now into the battle for bench press medal. Trying to go from bronze to silver is Tilski Renanen from Finland with 145. He bench presses first. If he secures this, he'll have to wait to see where he ends up.
He has been pinged once by the side referee and once by the centre referee for depth, so this will be interesting.
3 white
And
lights,
the
good
best
lift.
attempt is the final one.
Silver.
3 white lights, provisional
If
silver.
Michaels can take it back now, 150 on the
Yeah,
bar
and
for
when you're
Ukraine.
looking at
Followed by
getting
Isaac
a
Conquest.
medal for a particular lift, you do
The
want your
bar is
lift to
loaded.
be
39 of
unquestionable,
Australia.
and 3 white lights, that is as
Holding on to the
unquestionable as it
silver medal
gets.
in bench.
Now to answer back and to make a push for silver, we have got Jaden Michaels, Australia, 150. And that is silver to
3
Australia,
white lights,
ladies
a
and
good lift.
gentlemen. Rananen in
One
Finland
more
relegated
bench
to bronze.
qualifying session is scheduled for Ragnar Ingrid
With our
Ragnarsson
final
of
bench presser
Iceland.
already having
155 is the bench
guaranteed
gold
a
medalist.
gold with his second attempt at
The bar
152.5. He's
is
looking to add
loaded.
another 2.5. Forecasted third in the weight class. He's lost some ground, but he needs every kilo he can get. I think 2.5 is reasonable there.
Yeah, he's now chasing behind Michaels despite being our favourite at the beginning of the competition.
He must be glad they went for the
Isaac Conquest,
2.5,
good
2 to
lift.
1, a good lift, 1 red for
Wrap up the
elbow
bench
depth.
press session. We'll be back in about 10
Not
minutes.
very
It's time for
perceivable
10
from
minutes.
where we are. That is a
We have
much better angle to
33
judge.
minutes in
I think he
offsets.
should be safe.
I
55
think he should
respectively.
be as well.
Harrell
I
closes
mean,
out
that
at
was a pretty
57.
phenomenal bench session. A lot of green on
70
that
minutes
board,
between
Alex.
overlaps
Yeah,
for the
quick
men's time.
recap. In bronze, we've got the Finnish Renanen with 145. In silver, we got Michaels from Australia with 150. And with a dominant 155, Eisen and Ragnarsson are collecting a bench press gold. Subtotals have been made. We've now entered the 10-minute break in between bench press and deadlift. We'll see you then. Ladies and gentlemen, the break is over. Glue your eyes to the screen. Your favorite show is on. It is time for deadlifts here in Sun City, South Africa at the 2025 IPF World Sub Junior and Junior Classic Powerlifting Championships. A little bit of an underwhelming bench press session. Quick recap of the projected totals. Forecasted to be in the lead in the 53s over the Finnish lifter is Ahmed Al Fatli from the USA. That's because Tuko missed two of his
The bar is
squats.
loaded.
In the 59s,
120 of Finland.
things have changed. We have
53
multiple
plus
bomb
honor.
outs, Nguyen and Tsuneshi out of the race, so it is Masato Gento who's forecasted to be first.
which would have been on no one's prediction list earlier this morning, but things have changed. It'll be interesting to see how the deadlifts play out.
First one out is Tuko Meskini, Finland, a 120. Nice and easy, three white lights, he secures a total. That's the minimum. Then you try and
120 of
increment
Finland
to the
followed by
best of your
Ahmed
abilities
Al-Fadli.
to battle up with Al Fatli. Now into a lifter that unfortunately bombed out trying to secure a world record. Ito Tsuneshi from Japan. He's dropped down his deadlift opener
The
by
bar is loaded.
35. Talk about being demotivated after bombing out.
Yeah, demotivated, perhaps a little bit sore, a little bit uncomfortable, but maybe just trying to regain a little bit of moral victory because we would hate for someone to bomb out on two different disciplines.
Yep, that's too light. Low wobble at the top and no lift, unfortunately.
That
So
is
he's gonna need to come out again if he
120.
wants an attempt on the board.
One hit in the bar for Toledo Matsuda of Japan, followed by Lavikainen and Shumba.
Too fast, too light, a speed
The
wobble
bar
at the
is
top.
loaded.
It happens. Next up is Keigo Matsuda, Japan, 150. Three white lights, he secures a
One hit
total.
in the bar for Valtteri Lavikainen of Finland, followed by Chimok and Khan. The bar is
Bar is
loaded.
loaded at 180 for Valtteri Lavikainen from Finland. Forecasted fourth outside of the podium in the 59s. A little shaky at the top,
That
which
is
makes for a lack
158.
of lockout and double blues. I'd say that's Star Wars movement.
Yeah, it was the
Followed by Chong and
bobble
Khan.
at the top as he
The
went
bar is
from
loaded.
almost locked out to not at all locked out. So it was both red and blue. I can see where all three refs were coming from with that call.
5 more kilos for Chinbat in Mongolia.
That is
Uncontrolled start.
163.
Try to be a little too
One hit
quick.
in the bar for
Cannot
Jacob van
control
der
his
Kamp of
wedge.
Singapore, followed by
Fourth does not
Masato
go into the
Gento.
bar. No lift.
The
Yeah,
bar
these
is loaded.
deadlift openers are looking a little bit scary, Alex. We have had 3 unsuccessful lifts and 2 successful ones so far.
But we're going to be finishing the round with the best deadlifters. Surely we're going to be fine. Luke Alexander Shong, Singapore, 190.
Three
Three
white
white
lights
lights for
blue.
Singapore.
190 on the bar for Ahmed Al-Fadli of USA, followed by Ali and Ram. The bar is loaded.
Same weights for the now favorite in the 53s, because Miskini could not cover the gap in the bench press event. It is Ahmed Al Fatli from the USA. Three white lights, a
3 white
very
lights,
quick
moving
first
on to
attempt.
0.5 on the bar for Ahmad Ali of
And the thing
India.
is, he has the luxury to pull
The
after
bar is
Miskini,
loaded.
so he's always going to be in a position to know what he needs to load, which is comfortable.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that is just the luck of the draw when it comes to powerlifting.
And being the strongest deadlifter too. Now Arnab Ali, India, 192.5.
3 white lights addition.
Three white
4.5
lights, a
for
good lift.
Kamran
We
of
have
India
four
over
more
Lee
openers
of
to
Gentle.
go.
Yeah, we're gaining a bit of momentum now with nice positive openers, looking how openers
The bar is
should.
loaded.
Bar loaded at 195 for Team India and Subham Rana. A little bit of a struggle at lockout. The start was super clean at
3 white
three white
lights addition.
lights.
200 kilos on the bar for Chen Li of Chinese Taipei, followed by Gentle and Nguyen.
We're gonna see that here. It stops and then he wants to look a little further. But according to the new rule, that first lockout position would have been fine.
The bar is
The final
loaded.
three openers, 200, 220, and 260. Chinese Taipei and USA twice. So 200 is for Lin. Looks like he dropped down his opener by 15, just like Gentle.
Yeah, and that might be a comfort thing, a confidence thing, especially with how bench went. We want these gentlemen making a total.
3
Three
white
white
lights
lights, a good
addition.
lift. Cheng Si
225
Lin is
for
forecasted
Ahmad
to be in
Ali of India
second
over Manan
position
of
behind
India.
Gentle in the 59s, with Nguyen and Suneshi out of the race.
The bar is loaded.
The bar is loaded for Masato Gentle, Team USA. The opportunity arose. Now he needs to step up to the plate. The title could be his.
It could be, and I don't think Gentle came into this competition with that on his radar at all. But what an opportunity for the other USA lifter. He'll be making a name for himself today. A very tidy
3 white
opener,
lights
3 white
addition.
lights. He looks pretty
250
happy. Let's
kilos
see
for
what they
Jahan Khan
load.
of USA or Malanchini of Mathuda.
Final opener for our now unable to register a total. Justin Nguyen did not change his opener,
The bar is loaded.
so he's staying with 260. But we're not seeing the same serious look on his face now.
No, I am afraid that possibly no point in him being that locked in anymore, Alex. He did ask the wider internet whether he should YOLO pull or not deadlift at all. I think he's going for a YOLO pull.
It'd be
3
fun
white
to see him
lights
sending
addition.
it, but you're not going to be able to perform to the best of your abilities in that kind of
Futoshi of
situation.
Finland, followed by
No.
Matsuda of
Yet,
Latvia.
as of right now, he is in deadlift gold, because even though he's not competing for the overall title in individual lifts, you're not going to be able to set up official records, but you can go for medals.
Yeah.
And that 260 is going to be difficult to try and catch for anyone in the weight class.
Yeah, the closest behind him is Gentle, and he's a solid 40 kilos behind,
The bar is
45
loaded.
behind for nominations for second.
So the standings in each class, Alpha Athlete leads the 53s, Gentles leads the 59s, and trailing is Miskini behind Alpha Athlete and Lin behind Gentle. And talking about Miskini is back for his second pull, a 10 kg jump. Still does not look hard,
A
3
white light
white
is
lights.
leading. 165 for Kilo
But
Ahmed
even if
Al-Fatli, followed by Light
Ahmed Al
Mohammed
Fatli
165.
misses his second, he's still trailing by 7.5.
Yeah, which isn't huge in the grand scheme of things, but when you've only got a lift or two in between, it's pretty hard to make up
The
those
bar is
kilos.
loaded.
165, jumper 15 for Keigo Matsuda, Japan.
A white light is losing. 180 on the bar for Valtteri Lavikainen of Finland.
3 white
Followed by
lights,
Scotland
a good
Tsuneishi.
lift. And I'm seeing some interesting things on the scoreboard. For instance, Ito Tsunishi, who opened at 140 and wobble, is going up to 200. Is that to be more grounded, or is that a
The
placeholder
bar is
because he doesn't
loaded.
want to compete anymore?
It'll be interesting to see what happens there. I mean, he cannot place a total, he cannot place in the overall standings, but would you not want to give your deadlift a go anyway?
I don't know. His back seemed a little cramped up after bench. We'll see. For now, it is Lavikainen Valtteri who is taking 180. Still shaky at the top, but I don't see supporting. 3 white
3
lights. He
white lights is
secures
leading.
427.5 in
19,000 for
total.
Yeah, I
Korean,
probably wouldn't
followed by Tsuneishi and
wouldn't
Scotland. The
go
bar is
any further
loading.
forward in my lockout if I were him. I think he was probably just on the line of what would be considered locked out as per the IPF technical rulebook.
Hooligan Shinbat retaking 185. Just could not lock out last time. Just it was a little too scrappy. The way he tried to pull the slack was too intense. Could not properly wedge. Just slow down and you'll be fine.
Yeah, and I think he needs to keep the bar closer to him as well. I feel like it was lost forward a little bit last time.
Better, not easy by
3
any
white
means,
lights is
but much
leading.
better. 3 white lights.
200 on the bar
He
for
secures
Stefan Johansson of Japan,
392.5.
followed by Torsten Ram.
And a total is a total.
The bar is loaded.
Now the answer we were waiting for, Ito Tsunishi, Japan, 200, so a jump of 60. Just what he needs maybe to not wobble.
Maybe, do you think he took a intermediate lift out in the warm-up area between 140 and 200, Alex?
I'm not even sure, because if you can handle those kind of jumps, it's not a big deal. And this one stays stuck to the ground. I mean,
Waiting for 28 lunges.
we're going
Someone
from
has,
surprise to
Looking for the
surprise.
strongest
yeah,
tempo
someone has
for
turned the gravity
Ahmed
up
Al-Fatli.
on the platform. It'll
The
be
bar is
interesting to
loading.
see what he does for his third, whether he comes out for it, whether he loads the same.
I thought he wanted to YOLO the milestone of 200, but that he had it. But considering his nominated deadlift is 182.5, it might have been a stretch.
Maybe. And he has indeed scratched his third deadlift attempt. Not a great day for Tunishi. A learning experience, though, right?
Hopefully. Now Luke Alexander Chong, Singapore, 202.5.
Oh, that was a scrap and a half just above his
2 to
knees.
1,
2 to
losing.
1, he gets it
Joe
though.
Barton.
It'll be interesting to see what the jury say.
The bar is loaded.
Bar is loaded for Subhamana India, 205. Three white lights, a good lift for Team India, but it doesn't seem super happy with the lift. Or maybe it
The
just
bar is
means
loaded.
business. He's fully focused on the third that's to come. Next up is Team USA with Ahmed Al Fadli with 205. Jumping 15 to pull away in the lead with 485. I think that would seal the deal. Because Miskini is now training by 7.5. This would extend it to a whole lot more. Interesting head positioning at first,
Three white
as if he
lights,
wanted to
good.
check out if that
45
bar
miles
was
for
going to move or
Team
not.
India.
Yeah, he seemed to be keeping his eyes on the bar, which is not something
The
you
bar is
normally
loaded.
see in deadlift, but it worked for him, so who am I to question it?
Already setting up is Anab Ali, India, 205. Jump of 12.5 for a provisional deadlift podium. And three white lights,
Three white
provisional
lights, a good
bronze.
lift. Still changing the bar for Team C with
Yeah,
45
really
miles
tidy
for
lifting there from Ali. I think he's had a pretty good day.
We have a 20 kg jump from the following athletes: J.C. Lin, Chinese Taipei. Let's go from fourth to second in the deadlift event, and to stay second in the class, second to Gentle.
The bar is loaded.
Oh, that's a little shaky towards the top. Yep, that is going to be supporting on the ties all day long.
Continuing on the bar for
Unfortunately,
Team
no lift.
USA, followed by Viet
20
and
kilos might have been a little ambitious.
Yeah, a little ambitious, but he does have the opportunity to come back and tidy that up in his third. Whether he can do it or not is a different question.
the bar is loaded.
Bar is loaded for Masato Gentle, USA, 230 kilos. He's collected a silver in the squat, gold in the bench. He could be collecting another silver here.
He is pushing out his total to an almost unreachable standard by the rest of the lifters in this class.
542.5 is going to win. Guess right now he's in the lead by 62.5.
I mean, coaches can play the third deadlift game, but if we're taking jumps
The
that
bar is
big, we're
loaded.
putting a lot at risk.
Next up, Justin Nguyen, USA. 275, not fully focused again, but maybe wanting to just make a statement. See, this is what I would have been capable of. And one failed bench press event does not define me. Three white lights
Three
at
white lights, a good lift.
275.
127.5 on
This
the
is
bar
just
for
so
Joseph
dominant,
of England.
above and
And last
beyond
but not
everyone in
least,
the weight
Thailand.
class.
In squats and bench.
Gotta work on that Larson press in training.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure the butt stays down. Less leg press. Oh, we do have an
Second change
attempt
coming
change,
in.
Alex.
135 for the Farouk from
Yeah,
India.
but that attempt change is
135.
unfortunately not really going to be meaningful in any way. Look at the
Coach for
current
Team
standings.
USA,
Ahmed Al
please
Fadli
come with the
is
computer
in
secretary.
gold, matched with Rana
Coach for
for
Team USA,
deadlifts in the 53s. In the 59s, it is of course Justin Nguyen, trailed by Gentle and Ali. Placings in the class almost determined. Look at the 53s. Al Fadli is leading comfortably Meskini, and Meskini
the
has
bar
dropped
is
down,
loaded.
is Next attempt, Matsuda completes the podium, but this one is not decided. Rana is very much in the battle. In the 59, it is Gentle, Lin, and Ali. Lavikainen too far to compete for a podium. So we'll see the final deadlift of Miskini from Finland, 135. The hips kick back, unable to complete the lift. That's 462.5 in total.
Bar for Keigo Matsuda of Japan, followed by Lavikainen in
He's
Chuba.
safe. He's safe in that vice champion spot. And behind the battle is Matsuda, Rana, and Chong, all on 430,
Quite a scrap for the top
competing
spot on the
to
podium for
hope
the
and step on the
50-team.
podium here at
Matsuda, Rana,
Worlds.
and Chong, all
First
with
up is going to be
podiums.
Keigo
Japan
Matsuda from Japan, 172.5.
Last
He's
deadlift of
looking at
Olympic cycle deadlifts.
437.5. He would
The
force
bar is
Rana to
loaded
adjust
for
and
Keigo
Chong to pull.
Matsuda of Japan. So 437.5.
Oh, the patience off the floor was rewarded. 2-1. It is a good lift. He did get a blue light from the centre referee, and he is very
462.5
happy.
bar for the Lavikainen of Finland, followed by Chuba and Rana.
The Finnish team are trying to close their competition with Lavikainen in 192.5. He's fifth in the weight class, fourth in the deadlift event.
The bar is loaded.
Solid finish, a little less shaky than his second. 3 white
3 white
lights.
lights, a good lift.
Yeah, finishing the day on a
475
high
bar
for
for
our
Keigo
young
Matsuda of
Finnish lifter.
Korea, followed by Chong and Ali. 5 attempts remaining to make changes for the 66 class.
Kuligin Chinbad, the lifter from Mongolia, going for 202.5.
The bar is loaded.
In all honesty, that seems like a big ask. He failed 185. Went all out to try and get 185 in the second round. If he can manage 17.5 more, I will hit this microphone.
Please don't hit the microphone, but 17.5 is a phenomenal jump from what looks like an RPE 10 second attempt. He's keeping a very close eye on the clock. I think he's trying to optimize his time.
I would love Chinbad to be the grind master, to pull away with a magic trick in 202.5. Show us something, young man.
Come on.
Unfortunately, this one is stuck to the ground. Hopefully, he did not injure himself trying to pull a little too much. Doesn't seem to be the case. He's walking off fine. No lift for Chinbad. He is
No,
sixth in the weight class.
no, but it was a valiant effort.
Next lifter out will be Luke Alexander Chong from Singapore, going for 212.5, a jump of 10 to try and conclude his day, to go from 5th to 3rd in the weight class, to surpass Matsuda for a podium spot and for provisional deadlift gold. That's two good reasons to pull the weight.
Yeah, absolutely. And it would be a stellar finish for our Singaporean lifter.
And that would be a massive personal best of 11.5 for Luke Alexander Chong. But needed one if he aspires to finish on the podium.
No more.
I mean, they played the game how it's supposed to be played. If they wanted to be on the podium, they wanted to collect a gold medal. No lift, but I would tip my hat to that. 202.5 was already a personal best deadlift, and 430 is close to his personal best total that he could not complete because he went for the podium.
The bar is
Agna
loaded.
Bali, India, first of the two Indians to go out. It's 212.5. Third best deadlift of the weight class and third overall. Seems like a perfectly selected third deadlift to me.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a little bit of a grind, but
Behind the podium, the
no
difference between
infractions. I think right on the money from Team India there.
followed by Al-Fatih Ahmed. This is for the bronze medal in the
5
53s.
more attempts in the 53s and 59s before we move straight into the 66s. We've got 3 members of Team USA, 1 Indian, and 1 member of Team Chinese Taipei. Got an attempt change. Subham Rana is bumped
The
up
bar
as
is
third by
loaded.
5.
Bronze
This is
medal
to try and
attempt
go
for
from
Subham
second to
Rana.
first in the deadlift event and shooting for the podium in the 53s. A comeback from behind for Subhan Rana in India. Try and drop down Matsuda to 4th place. No lift in Team Japan as a prize of consolation with one of their lifter bombing out in the 59. They'll be on the podium in the 53s.
Followed by Lee from the Gentle. This is the last attempt to make changes. It's an attempt for a sub-junior total
And
world
in the
record.
end, we have Ahmed Al Fatli, the last lifter to pull in the 53s.
Looking for a world record sub-junior total today, Alex.
Yep, closing on 500. That is insane for a sub-junior 53. Previous world record is 498.5, established last year by Samuel Moncosu, the Italian. Ahmed, it is your time to shine. Unfortunately, no lift, but ever so close to that world record. He will still be crowned champion of the world in the 53s.
And he is graciously thanking the referees for their service today, which is admirable from someone who has just left everything out on the platform and is probably feeling a little bit tired.
Now to Lina Chengxi from Chinese Taipei, 220 to go from 4th to bronze in the deadlift event. He's guaranteed to be second in the weight class. Got flag for supporting on the thighs in the second round. Retaking the same weight is not going to be easy by any means. It's a little better, but is it enough? Yes, 3 white lights, a good lift, and a little headbutt to our sponsor, SBD. Nice shout out. We'll take that.
Yeah, absolutely. Launching himself off the platform.
Two more deadlifts to go. We got Gentle and Nguyen. Team USA walking away with a champion in the 59. As you said, not the expected one, but still title and team points going to Team USA. Bar being brushed for 235, the closing of Masato's competition.
Yeah, this will be
The bar
extending
is
his
loaded.
very
For the
solid
champion of the
total.
Yep,
59s,
that would give him
Masato
547.5
Gento of USA,
and
225
over
kilos.
90 good lift points.
What a fantastic day this young man has had.
Award.
3 white lights, a good lift. I think he might have gotten away with dropping the bar on the way down, but it was properly timed. It would have been champion anyway. No one pulling after him. At least no one that's able to
Representing the
compete for the
290
title.
Indians
Now
of
one
USA.
final pull.
This
A
week
bit
is
of a
Mr.
bittersweet
World
one
Heavyweight.
because it's Justin Nguyen from the USA going for
This
290.
feeling
And
representing
290 would have been
American
the
gold
sub
medal.
junior record of the world. Current record being 286, established by Alan Giondini in San Jose, Costa Rica last year. So that record will stand. And Justin
The
Nguyen
bar
is
is
going to try
loaded. Let's
and
go.
extend his deadlift gold and make one final statement. Yeah, no, bench was not my best. Struggled to put my best foot forward and keep the glutes on the bench, but I am the strongest and I can prove it with this one. And a grip issue on the right side.
That is
Surely he would have played it
unfortunately
differently. Had he been able to register a total, probably would have chipped the record. But no lift for Justin Nguyen. The end of a disappointing session from him.
Yeah, not the result he was expecting at all, unfortunately, but Team USA still walks away with that gold overall and gold in a number of individual events as well.
Yeah, Team USA taking both weight classes. Look at the podium in the 53s. It is Matsuda in bronze, Miskini in silver. Al Fatli, champion of the world with 485. In the 59, the podium, Arnav Ali from India with 472.5 with 500. Cheng
the
Si
bar
Lin
is
is
loaded.
vice champion and Masato Gentle wins the class with 547.5. Now time for our 1366s. Deadlift openers ranging from 160 to 260.
It's a
100
nice
kg
spread.
spread, yep. Le Cheminot goes first. Very easy first pull.
3 white lights, a good lift. 180 on the bar of Mr. Ronani of Finland, followed by 85 Mr. Oros.
Looks even quick on the replay. But for one portion in the lift, he loses bar proximity that
The
could
bar
create
is
a huge
loaded.
sticking point with more weight. Now to Renanen, Finland, 180.
The anticipation is
3 white
killing us
lights, a
here.
good lift.
However, 3 white lights,
185 on the bar
he
of Minato
has a
Uchida
deadlift
of
on
Japan,
the board.
followed by Oros and Ragnarsson. The bar is loaded.
Now the bar is loaded for Minato Uchida, Japan, 195.
Three white lights, a good lift.
3 white lights, a good lift for
295
Team
for Mr.
Japan.
Alessandro
We're
Escobar.
now adding a little more weight on that bar for España, 210 for Enric Oros Andreu.
The bar is loaded.
super quick. He is yet to
Three
miss.
white lights,
He's yet
green.
to struggle.
Fifteen
3 white
white
lights
lights,
and
and
7 for
5
7 so
miles
far.
called for left Daytona East West.
Ragnar Ingi Ragnarsson opening at 220 kilos did
The
not
bar
change his
is
opener.
loaded.
When some of his opposition did, he's now forecasted 4th in the weight class.
That is a big shift from his projected first. Earlier today, he has slipped right off that podium, but I think perhaps Team Iceland is just doing what they can with this day. I think pushing him too far in deadlift might have been a risk that they weren't willing to take.
And I think rightfully so, they did not bump up the opener. This did not look
275 miles,
extra comfortable. For 3 white lights, he secures a total.
the bar is loaded.
Walking up to the bar is Dmitro Futera, Ukraine, 222.5. He bumped up his opener by 22.5.
Oh my goodness, that is quite a large jump and probably not even his planned third. However, he made light work of that once he had it off the ground. 3 white lights, a good lift.
375 on the run for the Budapest Endurance Group for Mel Rodriguez and Olaf.
I like that more and more countries are playing that part of the game. Strategy is taking more of its importance in the powerlifting sphere, and we love that. We dissect the scoreboard, we make predictions, and bam! An opener has been changed, bumped up by 22.
It's anyone's game at this point.
Next up, Dakota Besant, Great Britain, has also bumped up his opener, but by 5. That makes it 225 for his first lift. That would give him 557.5 provisional, 6th position in the weight class.
The bar is loaded.
Nice and secure hook grip, and it moves just like an opener should.
Three
3 white
white lights,
lights for
green.
Besant. He
231
secures his total.
Ragnar Rodriguez from Costa Rica, followed by Olaf and Michael.
We are halfway done with the
The bar is
openers,
loaded.
and in the 230s we go with Sebastian Rodriguez, Conejo, Costa Rica. May the excitement be contained. See, taking a few seconds to calm down, focus on technique. Wow,
Three white
super
lights,
nice.
open.
Yeah, really nice
230 on the
opener
run
there.
for
He can
Olaf
probably
Koll
afford to be a
Sweden,
little bit
followed by
hyped up now
Michael
for
and
his
Magnus
second and
Koll.
third, now that he's
The bar
he's
is loaded.
comfortably made a total.
And the thing is, you also don't want to lack stamina by the end of the day because you are too amped up for each and every lift. You have to escalate properly.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of,
Olas from Hungary, 230. Almost wobbled, but managed to properly lock out.
yeah, he came in hot for his squats and he came in hot for his third bench.
Three white
He's
lights,
managed
green.
to rein it in a little
230.5
bit,
on
so
the
I'm
run for
hoping we
David
see the
Myers from
intensity
Australia, followed by
climb
Marcus
for
Koll
his
and
second
Olaf.
and his third deadlift.
The bar is loaded.
Jaden Michaels, the now favorite in the 66s. He's forecasted with 707.5, which means a 7.5 kg lead by the end of the round if everyone is successful. Nice conventional deadlift.
Three white lights, British. 225 on the run for Ivan Pontus Togo, Australia,
Conventional
followed by
being
Scott
a narrow
McLaren.
stance with the ends outside the legs, sumo being the opposite, somewhat of a wider stance. There are
The bar is
variations to that,
loaded.
of course, and the end out inside the legs. 3 more deadlifts to go. We've got Isaac Conquest Hope from Australia, 235.
And it was very smooth, but it's 2-1. I'm not sure what the blue is for, but I would have said he skipped the down command, Alex.
I'm still trying to figure out that blue too, because I don't see any supporting. Might be for downwards movement, but it's more like skipping the command because he dropped the bar.
Yeah,
So I would agree both can be a signal, but I would have went with the yellow.
yeah, absolutely.
Jay Scott, Great Britain, 237.5 penultimate opener. He improved it by 2.5.
Yeah, Jake didn't have a super great bench session, so I think he's trying to redeem himself there. Unfortunately, a bit of a wobble at the top has cost him his opener, but we are hoping that he comes back and gets that for his second.
The bar is loaded.
Final opener, the bar is loaded at 260 kilos for the favorite for deadlift gold, Abdul Malik Mohammad. He's also the guy that's trailing Jaden Michaels. Can he apply pressure with that opener? He needs to show that he's strong, confident, and that 260 ain't nothing.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Looks pretty strong, but you can see sort of hints of technical mishaps at the lockout.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was ain't nothing, but it was 260 and it was a good lift.
Yep, I mean, the closest contender is 237.5 being Jake Scott, and he failed the lift. So for deadlift gold, it's looking good. For the win in the class, I'm not so sure. As of right now, Jaden Michael leads. Abdul Malik is second, and Dimitro Futera is third. Of course, all of that is subject to change. We have 26 more deadlifts to go. Not all of them will shake up the top 5, of course, but it's damn close at the top, and for deadlift medals too. Team Canada back out there with Arsène Le Cheminot, 175, jump of 15. Decent speed for a 15 kg jump. 3 white lights for Le Cheminot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was a good second attempt there from Team Canada.
The bar is loaded.
Bar loaded for Rananen, Finland, 190. Ooh, shaky start. Goes up anyway. 3 white lights. But if it wants to jump another 15, it's gonna need to be more precise at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, patient, but yes, as you said, shaky. That's the thing with sumo is you need to be patient off the floor. As soon as it starts moving, it speeds up towards the top.
And also, these are sub-juniors, so we cannot ask for them the same level of technical maturity as for opens, for instance. You're gonna see mishaps, misgrooves, whatever. It happens. Now, Minato Uchida, Japan, 215, 20 kg jump. white lights. How
225
much
for
more do
three
you think he
quarters
has left
ungulating,
in the tank?
followed by Ragnarsson and
That is
Fujita.
an interesting question. It will. Not sure. Not
I'm,
sure. Another 20.
I'm most definitely not. And with
The
sumo
bar is
floor
loaded.
sometimes being the sticking point, it is difficult to gauge. I'd say maximum 7.5.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable bet.
Now, Enric Orus Andreu España jumping 15, that's 225. Boy, top 6 deadlift, top 8 in the weight class. 3 white
White
lights,
lights,
a good
leading
lift.
227.5 for Ragnar Ragnarsson of Iceland, followed by Fodera and from the Stone. The bar is loaded.
Bar is loaded for Ragnar Ingi Ragnarsson from Iceland. He chose 227.5 because his opening was not particularly easy, but more importantly because he's shooting for provisional third in the weight class. Retaining a podium would be nice. Cannot wait for the down command
There's
grip.
unfortunately no lift.
Is loose on the
230.5
right
for
side.
Nicola Fodera
No
opening,
lift.
followed by
This
Sanderson
is
and
most
Scott.
definitely not his day, and taking that huge jump in the squat event is costing him a few places.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ragnarsson is out of the race for
The
those
bar
that
is
podium
loaded.
position. But hey, it has opened it up for his competitors. It has meant that their days have gone better than expected, and we can't all be winners.
Dmitro Futera, Ukraine, 232.5. Jump F10 to go from 7th to 2nd in the deadlift event, and to further extend that bronze overall. What in the world was that, Brian?
I am not sure. That was so patient off the floor, and he is rewarded with 3 white lights and a light-headed dizzy spin on his way out. I'm hoping he can continue his deadlift trajectory because it looked like a pause sumo deadlift.
White Light Media, I hope you got the pictures you wanted.
The bar is
Now
loaded.
to Isaac Conquest Hope, retaking 235. Looked like he just could not maintain lockout, so went down immediately.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think quite a few. I'm going to throw my juniors and sub-juniors under the bus here. They train their deadlifts with the fastest lockouts, which means they drop
3
it.
white lights, a good lift.
But for
227.5
this
for the
one,
bar
it is
from
nice and
Scott,
secure. He's on the board.
followed by Olaf and
And that's
Jesse.
all we can ask for.
That places him in
The bar
provisional
is
5th
loaded.
position. Forecasted 7th, though. Next lifter out is Jake Scott, who failed his opener after improving it by 2.5. And sometimes 2.5 is just the difference that costs you grip.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jake didn't have a great start to deadlifts, but I'm hoping he can pull it back in now.
The same exact issue. Low down up at the top.
That is unfortunately no
No lift.
for the Nevada or Olaf
Yeah,
and
he did definitely bobbled at the top. He's got that double movement. He did get a white from the side referee, but I do not think the jury are going to see that as an opportunity to overturn.
The bar is loaded.
Now to Slabok Olas from Hungary, jumping 10, 240 kilos for provisional deadlift silver.
And he is coming out a little bit hotter than he did for his first deadlift, which is what we would expect to see.
Three white
3
lights,
white
a good
lights, a
lift.
good lift.
242.5 on the bar for Dakota Bassett from Wilfrid, followed by Michaels and Rodriguez.
4 more attempts to go in the second round. We have GB, Oz, Costa Rica, and Singapore. First of which is Dakota Besant with 242.5. Shooting for deadlift silver and
The bar
provisional
is
fourth in
loaded.
the weight class. That middle of the pack is so contested. Three white lights, a good
Three
lift for
white lights,
Besant,
Rodriguez
is in
2.5
provisional
miles
deadlift
for
silver.
IPF,
But
followed
we
by
have some
Malik Muhammad.
great deadlifts to come. 245, 250, 273. It's going to be hard to retain a deadlift medal in this weight
The
class.
bar is loaded.
Bar loaded for Jaden
Three
Michaels,
scoreboards in
Australia.
progress.
Not being too greedy with the jump, just a
2
12 and a
under the
half.
record.
I think that's what he needs to pull away in the lead and be comfortable. But you never know with such a strong deadlifter as Abdul Malik Muhammad. He plays his role, does his part. That's three white lights in 620 for
Rodriguez
Michaels.
of Costa Rica, followed by Abdul.
Yeah, a really good deadlift there from the Australian. He was really patient through to the lockout.
Yeah, he's guaranteed to be first by the end of the round, so he's going to force three pulls out of Abdul Malik Muhammad regardless. Now to Sebastian Rodriguez Conejo, Costa Rica, 250, jump of 20 kilos. Everyone
The
seems to be
bar is
shooting for
loaded.
deadlift silver. That's his case from 7th to 2nd, but he's 8th in the class.
Yeah, I think because the top positions have opened up a little bit, it's meant that teams that perhaps weren't considering trying for any medals have decided to risk it today, and it's making for an exciting deadlift session, Alex.
Absolutely, and the day Sebastian improves on his bench, he'll be a real threat in the 66s.
Absolutely, and these kids are still so young. That was a fast deadlift.
Okay, I mean, if
Three
I'm
white
Team
lights,
Costa
Rodriguez
Rica, the only thing I'm loading is a deadlift medal. I don't care about the number, I'm looking at the others and I'm loading it,
Second
sending
deadlift
it.
attempt for Abdul Muhammad of Singapore,
Next
followed
up,
by
you're
Abdul
gonna have to look at your
Rahman.
screen because it's clicking. It's
250
written world
scoreboard.
record because Mr. Azrul bin Abdul Malik Muhammad from Singapore is shooting for 273. It's only a 13 kg jump. Based on his opener, that seems very doable, but it is the world record in the weight class.
The bar is loaded.
The bar
For
is
you, some junior
loaded for
medal,
him,
deadlift
walking
record
out calm,
273.
confident. The record belongs to Rodriguez Castro Marcos from Spain, established last year in Druskininkai, Lithuania. Not a long lasting record. Is it going to be Abdul Malik's record? I don't think so.
Not for his second attempt though, but he can
And there is a
come
finish.
out for his third if he manages to sort out whatever pain. I think his hands are
1.5
cramping.
run
Yeah,
for
it surely looks like
Muhammad, followed
cramping.
by Rahman and
The thing
Bajraoui.
is, if we just wanted the record, he could have loaded 271.5, but he went slightly above with 273, which did not help him in the race for the title against Jaden Michaels. As you would love to say, in hindsight, it's 2020, but an interesting call being made there by Team Singapore.
Yeah, and unfortunately they can't drop back now to 71.5 as you suggested might have been a better option. They've loaded 273 and if they want him to get it they are going to have to stick with that number.
And if you look at that scoreboard that's on your
The
screen,
bar is
Ukraine
loaded.
retains third, second Singapore, and first Jane Michaels. More confident than ever that he will walk away with the title. Orson Le Cheminant from Canada opens the round with 185. Let's try and close out the day in the best way possible. That would give him 465. And that is the case.
And the young Canadian lifter has had a great day, holding his own on the world stage, and he has,
Finishing 12th in the weight class.
yeah,
Now to Tim Finland and Renanen for 195. 5 more kilos for 522.5.
The bar is loaded.
It's just not there on the day. Completely gassed out, could not get that bar moving, but it happens. These are third attempt, these are maximal efforts, and it's also learning how to pace yourself on the day, not to run out of steam too early. But when it comes to powerlifting and third attempts, you're gonna find your limits someday, somehow. Now on to Ragnar Ingi Ragnarsson was decided to bump up his attempt by 5 more kilos. He does not care
The bar
about a
is
fifth
loaded. This is the
position
person
nor
with
a
bronze
fourth.
medal. Come on,
He's
yeah,
shooting
yeah,
for the
yeah.
podium over Dimitro Futera. But when you miss 227.5, what can you do to find the strength to try and secure 232.5?
yeah, I'm not sure what the logic was there, but
It's just the podium. That's the only logic. I'm shooting for the podium. I'm
third
gonna find the strength, have some more baby powder, and whatever happens, happens.
and third deadlift hype. I mean, that's a real thing.
That is unfortunately
He
no
made it
hit.
believable.
235 on the bar.
Ragnarsson drops down to
Dimitro
5th
Andreu
position,
of Spain
and
holding
he's
the spot.
forecasted
Futera.
6th if all else is to
We have an
succeed
advanced
in the
change
third
coming in.
round. Of course, that middle of the pack being so tight, coaches are going to be paying close attention to the scoreboard, trying to play the game.
All right,
Some attempt
235
selections are
for
going to come in. It's been the first one for Futera Ukraine. He has another one if he wants to. But next lifter out will be Enric Orus Andreu from España,
The bar is
235.
loaded. Vamos.
Three white lights, strong finish, 9 for 9 day for Team Spain.
Yeah, and really tidy lifting all round from our Spaniard. He's made everything look like pretty technically proficient for a sub junior. I would say he has a maturity with his lifts that some of the others don't.
I would agree. Just now to
The
need
bar
to
is
repeat that
loaded.
for 3 years and he'll be a world champion.
235 for
Dimitro
Futera.
Futera, Ukraine, going for 235. Lowered his attempt by 2.5, just in case the Icelandic lifter had succeeded. He hasn't, so they're just extending third by 2.5.
That is 3
Great
white
way to
lines.
finish. 3 white
585 will be
lights,
the number.
585, and bronze overall in the weight class, unless someone can do something
237.5.
crazy.
Great start.
We've got Mr. Besant going for it.
Needs to get this, otherwise he
Yeah,
is
the
off.
game is definitely being played with some of these coaching teams out the back.
And Besant has body weight advantage. He only needs to match the
The bar is
total.
loaded. Come on, Jake.
But some other thing to pay close attention to is that attempt. Because we could lose Jake Scott here. He squatted 197.5. benched 115. He's yet to secure 237.5. Clean up that lockout. Come on, make it count. This is the World Championship.
Come on, Jake.
Should have done that the first go, but 3 white light. Jake Scott is in provisional 8th position.
Yeah, securing a total, it would have been a rough day to bomb out on your final deadlift at this point in the competition, but he managed to hold it together.
Now on to an attempt that we thought was a placeholder. Minato Uchida, the Japanese, opened on 195, then went up to 215. It looked good, but did it look 242.5 good?
I don't think anything looks 242.5 good at that level, and the 215 looked good, but it was slow. It wasn't. This is a huge jump.
Maybe he was saving some gas for that one. Maybe it's a Japanese record at home. Who knows?
Who knows?
Come on.
No lift.
No lift.
Some
Someone.
may think that it was a believable attempt, but on the day it wasn't.
No, and when you take an almost 30 kilo jump from something that was a bit slow, I'm not sure what else was expected there.
And the thing is, when you take that kind of jump, it makes your rest time even longer because it changes your placing in the queue of lifts. So he might have had like 17, 18 minutes of rest in between attempts. That's way too much between deadlifts.
Yeah, absolutely. He would have cooled down quite a lot then.
6 more deadlifts to go. The ending of the 66s, we got the madman Szabos Olas from Hungary, 245, looking for provisional deadlift bronze.
Come on.
It's not there on the day. He wanted to shoot for that medal. Could have shoot it for top 5, maybe top 4, but went for the medal and it ends up in 6th position. Position that's provisional though, because we have Conquest Hope and Rodriguez Conejo that can overlap him. Now into someone that's just looking to add another 5 to his chunky totals. 625 is the goal to try and secure the title of World Champion in 2026. Jaden Michaels, Australia, for 250.
More important achievement, stacking his name for a world title. Come on. Let's go, Jaden. Jaden.
He doesn't have it, so he makes his drill a little more stressful than it needs to be, because Abdul Malik Mohammed has the luxury to adapt if he wants to. But he failed 273, looked to be cramping up. He would need to add another 7.5 on top of that. That's not guaranteed by any means, but let's not get over ourselves, because before that, we have the battle for that final step of the podium. Dakota Besant, Great Britain, 252.5 to go from 4th to 2nd in the deadlift event, and to try and climb up on the podium, knock down Dmytro Futera in Ukraine. You can see the projected total versus the current totals on the left side of your screen. That's the current something. It's the hold up, that final deadlift.
This is the fun part of powerlifting.
No robbery, no broad daylight heist. He stays out of the podium. But great try. This is how you play the game. You're 4th. Why would you just bump up your total? Shoot for the podium. One day it's gonna work.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think that was out of the question for Dakota. I reckon if he got it, it would have been believable and well deserved. So I think hats off to Team GB for giving it a crack.
3 more deadlifts to go, and that next one is for the opportunistic Sebastian Rodriguez Conejo
Start
from
is
Costa
loaded.
Rica. Why do I say
For
opportunistic? It's because
Sebastian
he sees
Rodriguez
that
from
Abdul
Costa
Malik
Rica.
Mohammed has failed his second lift. There's an opportunity for
Out.
deadlift gold. Why not attempt it? He's ninth in the weight class. This would put him in 8th position. But he would go from deadlift silver to provisional gold with only 2 deadlifts left.
And his first 2 attempts were speedy.
Absolutely.
Vamos.
Personal best of 17.5 for provisional gold. Wow, if he can retain this one, it's going to be a party over there in Costa Rica.
Absolutely, and well deserved too. I think coming into the day and getting like a really nice surprise of deadlift gold.
Uh-oh, Briar, we have another attempt at broad daylight robbery coming from Australia. Isaac Conquesto. As of right now, he is in 7th position in the weight class. He failed 235, retook it in the second round. He's now jumping straight to 262.5. That would be provisional deadlift gold and guaranteed bronze in the weight class. Come on! Nah.
No, oh my goodness. A brave, brave attempt from the Australian. And what do you have to lose at that point?
And one interesting thing to note is that Singapore are not gonna make a push for first overall. They seem to think that the world title is too far, so it's gonna go to Jaden Michaels of Australia. However, deadlift gold is not guaranteed to go to Costa Rica because Abdul Malik Muhammad is to retake 273, the world sub-junior deadlift record. Crimping or not crimping? That is the question.
Yeah, I hope he's gone out the back and sorted that out with maybe some salt, a banana, electrolytes.
A massage, everything you need.
Yeah, he's had close to 15 minutes to get sorted.
That's not the same athlete we've been seeing.
No, he is fired up. He's
Yeah.
been very composed all day, so this is slightly more aggressive. I hope it is not too aggressive, Alex.
If it doesn't take away from his technique, it can only be beneficial. But that is a huge question mark. You're right. But Abdul Malik Mohammed to secure a world record in deadlift gold. How amazing is that from Abdul Malik Mohammed? Great recovery, 3 white light, a world record, and the gold medal over Costa Rica. That is fantastic. I'm pretty sure 90% of the room would have betted against him for that lift, and he still gets it. What a way to finish the 66s. What an entertaining weight class. Quick look at the deadlift standings. Jaden Michaels from Australia will get bronze with 245. Silver, a solid silver from Sebastian Rodriguez Conejo from Costa Rica. And in gold with a new sub-junior world record of 273. It is Azrul bin Abdul Malik Muhammad from Singapore. The final placings in the weight class, Ragnarsson and Besant are not on the podium. It is Dmytro Futera from Ukraine with 585 in bronze with 613. Muhammad from Singapore is your vice champion, and champion of the world from Australia, Jaden Michaels with 620. What a weight class, Brian. What a flight.
What a session to start off our classic part of the World Champs here in Sun City.
It's been a pleasure watching and commentating this session by your side, Brian. In just a few minutes' time, the medal ceremony, and we'll be back at 3 local time for the second session of the day. See you then.
starting with the 53 kilo sub-juniors in the squat event with 167.5 kilos. Bronze medal goes to Ahmed Al-Fadli, USA. Silver medal with 170 kilos goes to Eigo Matsuda, Japan. Squat row with 210 kilos goes to Touko Nishini, Finland. Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you. Continuing with the bench press. Thank you. Continuing with the bench press event with 95 kilos, bronze medal goes to Eigo Matsuda, Japan. Silver medal with 112.5 kilos goes to Ahmed Al-Fadli, USA. Bench press gold with 122.5 kilos goes to Touko Nishini, Finland. Congratulations, thank you. Continuing with deadlift. Bronze medal with 202.5 kilos goes to Luke Alexander Chong, Singapore. Deadlift silver with 205 kilos goes to Shubham Rana, India. And deadlift gold with 205 kilos goes to Ahmed Al-Fadli, USA. Congratulations, thank you. In the total rankings, bronze medal with 427.5 kilos goes to Eigo Matsuda, Japan. Silver medal and the title of the vice champion with 462.5 kilos goes to Touko Nishini, Finland. And with 485 kilos, your sub-junior 53 kilo world champion is Ahmed Al-Fadli, USA. Please stand if you are able to for the US national anthem. Please stand together on the podium for the photo. All right, congratulations once again, thank you. Moving on to the 59s in the sport event with 185 kilos. Bronze medal goes to Ito Tsuneishi, Japan. Silver medal with 190 kilos goes to Masato Gentle, USA. And squad gold with 239 kilos goes to Justin Bien, USA. Congratulations, thank you. Moving on to the bench press. Yes, thank you. In the bench press event, bronze medal with 112.5 kilos goes to Arnab Ali, India. Bench silver with 117.5 kilos goes to Valtteri Lavikainen, Finland. And the bench press gold with 122.5 kilos goes to Masato Gentle, USA. Congratulations, thank you. Moving on to deadlifts. In the deadlift event, with 220 kilos, bronze medal goes to Chen Si Li, Chinese Taipei. Deadlift silver, 235 kilos, goes to Masato Gentle, USA. And deadlift gold with 275 kilos goes to Justin Bien, USA. Congratulations, thank you. In the total rankings, bronze medal with 472.5 kilos in total goes to Arnab Ali, India. Silver medal and the title of the vice champion of the 59s with 500 kilos in total goes to Chen Si Li, Chinese Taipei. And with 547.5 kilo total, your 59 kilo sub-junior world champion is Masato Gentle, USA. Please stand if you are able to for the US national anthem. Please stand together on the podium for the photo. Congratulations once again, thank you. Please give one last round of applause for the 53s and 59s. our technical controllers of the 66 kilo sub-juniors. I would like to congratulate Claire Henry of Great Britain on passing her referee exam. She will be presented with the blue referee's badge in no time. Congratulations. Now, Dave, if you would just let me know, please, when the 66 sub-juniors are ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the 66 kilo sub-juniors. Starting off with the squat event. Bronze medal with 250 kilos goes to Olaf Szabolcs of Hungary. Squat silver with 220 kilos goes to Hazrul Muhammad, Singapore. Squat gold with 225 kilos goes to Jaden Michaels, Australia. Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you. In the bench press event, bronze medal with 145 kilos goes to Tirsti Reunanen, Finland. Bench silver with 150 kilos goes to Jaden Michaels, Australia. And bench press gold with 155 kilos goes to Ragnar Ingi Ragnarsson, Iceland. Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you. In the deadlift event, with 245 kilos, bronze medal goes to Jaden Michaels, Australia. Silver medal with 262.5 kilos goes to Sebastian Rodriguez, Costa Rica. And deadlift gold with a new sub-junior deadlift world record of 273 goes to Hazrul Muhammad, Singapore. Congratulations. Thank you. In the total rankings, bronze medal with 585 kilos goes to Dmitro Kutera, Ukraine. Silver medal and the title of the vice champion with 613 kilos in total goes to Hazrul Muhammad, Singapore. And with 620 kilos in total, the sub-junior 66 kilo world champion is Jaden Michaels, Australia. Please stand if you are able to for the Australian national anthem. once again, another round of applause for the 66 kilo athletes, please. Lifting will